my God. If I was thinking of a number, what would that number be? 69, dude. Greetings, imagination connoisseurs. Once again, it is I, your Duke of Dope Discourse, Robert Meyer Burnett. I invite you to watch and listen to the Designing Hollywood podcast, brought to you by Martika Ibarra and the great, legendary Hollywood costume designer, Marilyn Vance. I am afforded the wonderful opportunity of co-hosting the show. If you are interested in the magic of Hollywood, the design of Hollywood, the clothes of Hollywood, watch the Designing Hollywood podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts from, or find the video version on YouTube. That's right, the Designing Hollywood podcast. Why would you ever want to miss it, especially if you love the movies?
Tango Shalom is now available on all VOD
major platforms. I think we messed that up.
Video on demand, or as they say in the trade, VOD.
VOD. Tango Shalom is now available on all VOD platforms,
which means
video on demand.
Look how you know. You must be a high school graduate.
I'm a college graduate.
Really?
Yes.
I got an honorary degree from Hofstra. Did you get an honorary degree?
No, I got a degree.
Oh, well, I got honorary. You know, I'm in the Jewish Museum.
What for?
What do you mean? As a famous Jew in the Bronx. I'm in the famous...
I'm in the Prospect Park in the Stones.
How big is the stone?
Hello, and welcome to Midnight Metal.
Listen, man, when you're a jet all the way, from your first cigarette to your last dying day. When you're a jet, you let them do what they can. You got brothers around. You're a family, man. You're never alone. You're never disconnected. You're home with your own. When company's expected, you're well protected. Oh, wait. Hang on, man. It's Midnight Metal 69. I gotta go, dude. I gotta go. We're gonna talk about this. We're gonna sing some Sondheim lyrics. I know, it's great, right? I know, come on. Hi there, everyone. It's Rob Burnett. It's Midnight Metal episode 69, dude. Yeah, I'm a little excited about Steven Spielberg's first musical, although I do count the opening scene of Temple of Doom as part of that oeuvre. Because anything goes. Iwansu. I don't even know what they're saying because they're singing in Chinese. Anything goes. You know who also thinks that anything goes? That's right. Monsieur. How are you for Midnight Metal episode 69?
Robert, episode 69 of Midnight Metal. That says it all, Robert. Episode 69, Midnight Metal. Yes.
I know. Sometimes with episode 69, there's a little too much going on sometimes. It's usually kind of a give and take, like you and I have a give and take. We talk, I talk, you talk. You know how it is. And sometimes you're trying to do everything all at once, and it doesn't really work out, right?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's a give and take. On episode 69, it's all timing and finesse.
It implies more than one person. It implies the number 6 and the number 9.
Bill and Ted's Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. And for me, anytime you go on a 69th episode, it's always a good adventure.
It is. And look at how far we've come.
It's true. It's true. We have come a long way, baby. We certainly have.
We really have.
This Fakakta show, 69 episodes. Wow. It's fantastic. Now, I have to ask you, speaking of 69, did you watch the first 2 episodes, whatever the show is called? Let's call it Sex and the City Part 2. Did you watch
I've not watched it, and the reason why I have not watched it is, I guess, mainly because that last film that they made where they went to, I think it was Dubai or
I hated it.
UAE. I was like, I don't know about how that ending turned out. They should have just hooked up with some cute guys and had a happy ending. But, so I'm going to watch it, but I'm going to watch it with my mom because we've watched every Sex and the City movie and TV series together.
Well, I'll be curious to hear. I'm not going to say anything that happened. Don't read anything about it, but let's just say it's certainly of its time.
It is of its time, and I imagine that Sex and the City could be done anywhere around the world because it just has to be any city. There are so many wonderful cities out there, and I hope they take advantage of that, Robert.
I can't wait to hear what you think of it because I have many thoughts, but because I liked Sex and the City. I thought Manolo Blahnik was some kind of a drink. Had no idea what it was, and I learned. And by the way, I could just throw that out, and girls were like in the 90s, like, oh, you know what those are? I'm like, yeah. Manolo Blahnik, La Perla. I mean, all the important things that you need to know. I didn't know.
Exactly.
I don't know how much this new show has to teach an old dog like myself, but we'll see.
Well, I sure hope they stick to their formula of, how to please your partner and, what do you do when, something funny happens while you're having sex and how to be intimate with someone and have respect for them. There are a lot of things that I think that the show touched on that were very important at a time when, for many of us, there was no place to sort of go to and listen to that. And they kind of took over when it comes to pointing you in the right direction, so to speak.
I don't know if that's where this show's going to go. I think it's. We'll see. We'll see where.
Well, Robert, I have to tell you that people nowadays are not going to pretend as if this is a completely sexless environment that we have. And I think that if they can demonstrate older women having sex and enjoying themselves, and even older men doing this, I think that it could kind of put things in a great direction just for even our psyche right now, because we've had so much on our shoulders with everything that's been going on. Wouldn't it be great to just have this release, to be able to kind of look at this show and kind of have a laugh at everything and just kind of enjoy the fun parts of sexual encounters with older people? I mean, why not, Robert? Why not just go ahead and have that laugh and enjoy ourselves and release some of the tension that we felt, over the last year or so?
There's so much I want to say now after having watched the first 2 episodes that I think I need to let you watch them, and then we will reconvene, regroup,
Very
and
well,
discuss.
Robert,
We'll discuss
very well.
what kind of a release that this show is all about. But it's fascinating. I do want to see where it, in fact, goes. We'll see. All I want to know. So anyway, people are like, I titled this show "Take Your Head Out of Wherever." I gave it, admittedly, a clickbaity headline, but I thought it was pretty interesting because maybe more people would have talked about this if I was like, it's a Spider-Man show.
Yeah, it is certainly.
And I'm thinking, Zendaya, pardon me, Zendaya. Zendaya in 69. I don't even want to imagine that people think I'm thinking in those ways. No, but I'm like, it's the 69th show. I'm thinking Spider-Man. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Why? What'd you think I was thinking?
I hope we see them actually have a real relationship now, since they're supposedly together. Or
I'm a big fan of Tom Holland but I thought was what I want to touch on is that today in the Hollywood Reporter, in the Heat Vision section, Brian Davids interviewed Tom Holland, and I thought the interview was really interesting because he, what I like about Tom Holland, he lives with his friends, he's close to his family, and he seems like a really grounded dude, even though he's incredibly successful and, After all, he was Billy Elliot. You know,
He's
and
good looking. He's athletic. He's young and fit.
he's funny.
He's English. There are so many things about him that are fascinating.
Yes, but he's short. But that's okay.
I like that in some of the films, not in some of them, in the last film where they had the special features and he's kind of like flipping around and, he shows that athleticism about him. And I love that about him. I just like that he really does make you feel like this is how Spider-Man, of course, is going to be this way. But when he does these particular moves himself, it's inspiring for me. And I know everybody has their favorite Spider-Man, and I don't dislike any of the previous actors, but I just love Tom Holland.
I think it's great. And it's really interesting because I think this article goes a long way to putting certain things to rest. And I just wanted to read a little bit from it, not the whole thing. It's a long article, but the reporter said, as part of the reported deal for this film, you're also expected to appear in an upcoming Marvel Studios movie that's independent of Sony. Without specifying, do you already know which MCU film you're going to pop up in as Spider-Man? And he answers, this is Tom Holland, yeah, that's not accurate at all. The new deal that was struck up was this understanding between the two studios that should Marvel want me to appear in one of their movies, then it would be an open conversation. I don't think it's as black and white as, I have a 3-picture deal with Marvel and a 3-picture deal with Sony. It's just this open conversation and open dialogue between Mr. Bob Iger, who was when they did this, Mr. Tom Rothman, who's the chairman of Sony, and that's what he said. And I thought, that's what I've always been saying. What people don't understand, what the fan community doesn't understand is, well, there's this deal and that deal, and no. It's always been like it's to the mutual benefit of both studios to be able to be flexible on the Spider-Man situation. And I think they learned their lesson after the very public brouhaha that happened, and it works out. But I liked hearing him say that.
Yes.
Now, what's really interesting is I come from a family, I'm not such a great golfer myself, although I can maybe hold my own on the links. I'm certainly not a scratch golfer. My mother was a scratch golfer growing up. But I love that this question arises. Being Spider-Man overwhelms Peter Parker, especially at the beginning of No Way Home. I have to imagine that playing Spider-Man can also be overwhelming for you at times. When you feel that way, how do you level yourself? How do you decompress? And Tom says, playing golf is what I do. I'm addicted to golf, and had I not been addicted to golf, I would have had a very different career. It's a nice way to disconnect from what's going on around you. I turn my phone off and I just enjoy being outdoors with my friends, my brothers, and my dad. And golf is also incredibly humbling. Yes, it is. Over the last few years, I've been very lucky that my career has taken twists and turns, but all the kind of twists and turns that I could only have dreamed of. And very often I'll go out and play golf to celebrate, and it will very, very quickly humble me by destroying me. That's why golf is valuable. I love that because I come from a golf family, and he speaks the truth. But they go on to ask some things about, you think that when you're a Hollywood star, a Hollywood celebrity, life is great and that's all you ever want to do. And you think about like the incredible success anybody, any human being has. I mean, we all dream of having all kinds of success, but the thing is, Hollywood success is fleeting. It comes, it goes. You make movies. I mean, even in September, I was really excited about having a movie come out. Tango Shalom. It came out. It opens in Russia, all across the Confederacy of Independent States next week. But I'm already moved on. The movie comes and goes. It might as well, people are like, oh, you made a movie now? And you have to, if you have a career in the entertainment business, a lot of people think it's all glamour and glitz all the time. But it really isn't. And if you don't like the journey, then what's the point? Because at the end of the day, when you go home, you're just a person. It's not when your dogs don't look at you and go, oh my God, you are a movie star. Your dogs just want you to walk them and feed them, and they'll curl up with you, and you're just a normal person. And I kind of really liked this interview. And this question, the interviewer said, I read your recent comments about not necessarily wanting to play Spider-Man after 30. And for some reason, I then thought of your church scene with Robert Pattinson in The Devil All the Time. Once Pattinson had wrapped up his first franchise, he then went on this 7-year run of really interesting and bold character work. Are you eager to have a phase like that where you can get as weird as you possibly can? And he answers, this is Tom Holland saying, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call it weird, but I would love to explore and try out new things with different characters. But then again, I've been an actor since I was 11. I haven't done anything else, and maybe I don't want to be an actor. Maybe I just want to set up a carpentry shop and be a dad. I don't know. I want to spend the next 5 years really thinking about my future rather than thinking about my career. I'm very privileged and lucky to be where I am in my career, and it's given me a lot of stability and stuff going forward. So I think the next 5 years is going to be about, what do I want the future of my life to look like, rather than what do I want the legacy of my career to look like. And I thought it was very funny, because the follow-up to this conversation, the follow-up to this actual comment is, my favorite MCU scene is the Spider-Man Homecoming scene involving you, Laura Harrier, and Michael Keaton in the Jaguar. And I'm like, that's how you follow up a question where an actor says, one of the most, an actor who's now been in billion-dollar movies, who has just told you that maybe I don't want to be Spider-Man anymore. Maybe I want to go into carpentry. Maybe I want to be a dad. And this made me love Tom Holland. You know, I have action figures of him right here. And I heard that, and I thought it was really fascinating. And I would put the question to you, what is a life well lived? You know, if you're a success, and obviously he's made a lot of money, and he'll continue to generate cash, and he even says it, I'm privileged and I'm lucky, because he doesn't have to worry about where the next paycheck is coming from, which is a great thing. But, you know, we all believe, I think that even it's hard for me to not be starstruck. I still get starstruck, no matter who. I got to meet Elliot Gould earlier this year. I'm like, oh my God, you're Elliot Gould, man. You were in Capricorn 1. No, you played Philip Marlowe, which, by the way, just came out. The Long Goodbye just came out on Blu-ray this week. But we all think that, but really people are just people. When you meet them, they're just people. Like Elliot Gould came and was hanging out in the backyard. He wanted to see Tango Shalom, and we were just shooting the shit. He was just a dude. I'm like, I've been watching you most of my life, bro. You were married to Barbara Streisand, dude. He's just a guy like, hey, man, I'm so happy to come see your movie. I hope it's good. So I would ask you, what is on the 69th episode of Midnight Metal? Now that we're coming to the end of 2021, the year 2 of the pandemic. Yes. You know, I got to meet your mother. She was recently had a little bit of a health issue.
Yes,
she was delightful, by the way. You know, you got to do some traveling though, and what you know, it's I keep Conan. What is best in life? I mean, I would ask you, what is best in life? What is it we need to remember? Where are we at? I think is we're losing our minds collectively in this country. And I think reading Tom Holland talk about how, you know what, maybe I want to just be a dad and do some carpentry and play some golf. I'm like,
yes,
you go, boy.
And he, you know, he's so young, and, you know, to kind of someone that young has yet to even live a good portion of their lives. He's accomplished so much for a young actor. And I'm sure he has many things, just like many of us, that we want to do with the rest of our lives. So, you know, his life has maybe in the early stages, but I think that question could be posed, you know, mainly to people who, like our parents in a sense, because I might ask my mother this question and ask her about her life and the different things that she accomplished, and was this what she wanted to do? But as far as, you know, living your life to the best way that you can have it, these days things are so different from what it was like 2 years ago, where, you know, we could go anywhere and do anything we wanted without limitations and without restrictions and without, you know, worry of, you know, catching different things. And,
right.
You know, I think one of the things that was important to my family and probably to everybody who's watching this was being able to celebrate Thanksgiving with my family. And that was something that was kind of taken away from many of us. Not being able to see your loved ones, not being able to even communicate sometimes, or, you know, give them a hug or a kiss, the normal things that you might do to show affection, because that contact means so much.
Yeah.
And, I know for me, I wanted to go to the cons because I wanted to have that connection again with people, but not, I enjoy the online experience, but I also enjoy the in-person experience. And I needed to have that connection again, or at least see that it existed, because it felt like it was so far away. It felt like it was such a long time ago for me.
Yeah.
And so I needed to recreate, or at least have the opportunity to experience that again, to continue to get those positive feelings in me. And, just like what you were saying when we were talking last week about the idea that when you see a film and the film has a positive effect on you and produces endorphins and makes you feel good, all those things in our lives are going to do that. And, we didn't have that for a while, so, of course there's going to be, wanting to have that feeling back is very desirable, but also, companionship with others and creating a community, having a family. Now, there are people out there who don't have a family of their own, and this community may be their family. And that's great, because I'm part of this family. I consider this, our community, and it's very important. And
I agree. I mean, like I've said, I didn't. That's a byproduct of this YouTube channel, is the community that we have here, and then also the larger YouTube community. I mean, people have embraced me. I was, I did the Critical Drinker invited me. He said, "Hey, why don't you come on my 1 million subscriber stream?" I was like, "Really?" And it's funny because, I've been watching him for years. And now we're friends. And he asked on the stream, he actually said, "Do any of you have favorite streams of mine?" And I was thinking about it, and I'm like, I said a few, but then I realized, I watched a stream about Rocky that he did, and I went back and tried to find it. I found it. I didn't realize he did it in 2018. And I was like, man, and I felt like when I remember watching that stream going, I didn't know anything about the Critical Drinker. It was just a YouTube channel, because I think it was before I was even on YouTube. And I was watching it, or maybe I just started. Maybe because that's when I just got on, because I think it was in December. And I remember watching that stream going, "Oh, this guy's like, he'd be like my brother." Just listening to talk about it. And that's kind of been this byproduct of being on YouTube, meeting you, and we have this extended family. And I, especially in this day and age where the times are so divisive between everyone, but people themselves aren't. Like, I feel like now people are building communities more than ever, in terms of, and maybe that's just me, I don't know, because I don't get out much. I just sit here in the Raw Observatory and stream.
When I was at the San Diego Comic-Con, there was a particular panel that talked about building safe places, and it was specifically for the fandom, safe places for the fandom. And I had this discussion with Julian Mushkin and his family about, well, isn't that what the PGS is? First of all, we didn't quite know what the panel would be exactly.
Right.
Because sometimes they have a description, and then when you get to the panel, you're like, oh, this is very different than what I thought it was. And so when obviously I got to the panel, and that's exactly what it was. And I thought it was a very interesting approach, because that's exactly what the PGS is. It's our community, and it is a safe space in a sense, because we can talk about the fandom. And I think if you went somewhere else and tried to talk about the fandom and they're not interested in that, it becomes, not a safe place anymore. But I also think that, the importance of this is that we like to continue the positive and fun experience we have when we enjoy the IPs that we love. And we need to discuss these things with each other, because, we have these different ideas, and they inspire creativity in us, and they inspire thought. And this whole process of being able to have these discussions in the chat, or whether, we're listening to someone else's opinions, it's very important. You had mentioned that Mahler had asked you which of his streams was your favorite, and
the drinker did.
Oh, I'm sorry, the drinker. Yeah. I know sometimes they stream together, but
yeah, he was there too. Mahler was there too, and if you haven't watched his videos, his epic videos about the sequel trilogy, Star Wars, they're amazing.
That's what I was actually going to. You read my mind, Robert.
Oh.
I love Mahler's breakdown of it, and I also like when the drinker also talks about it, because actually the thing that I like the most is that they kind of are telling you how you could change it around. And, like, if this wasn't there, why not add this? Or he'll say, why not have Wedge do it? Or why not have this character?
Yeah.
And I always thought that if you could, as a person who looks at a film or a screenplay and look at a screenplay or something like that and say, well, why don't we move this around? It's like you're a person who can improve things in this way. Carrie Fisher was famous for that, from what I heard, where she was like known as a fixer.
Yep.
And, I just think it's an incredible talent to be able to do that. But at the same time, it also tells us that, we've seen versions of films that we think could have been better. And then someone comes out with an edited cut. And then we're like, wow, that really looks good. And you just never know what you can do with a film, even after it's been completely edited. There's always potential to turn it around and to make it something different. So why did I mention that? I mentioned it only because a lot of times when we get disappointed in IPs...
Well, when you talk about turning things around, I think 69.
Well,
I know, that's a terrible joke. I just,
like...
I thought I'd keep it on point. Keep it on point.
Well, what I'm getting at is you asked about, what makes things worth living. And a lot of people get disappointed with their IPs. And this does happen. Sometimes there's a film you didn't care for. Maybe there was a Bond film you didn't like. It can go on and on. And, everybody has their favorites, but you just never know what you can do. And I think that we're at a very special time now, because anybody can take, a piece of creative, or a film or in its final form and try and re-edit that. I mean, I would never guess that would have been such a popular thing to do nowadays, but it seems like it is something that a lot of people do now. And we're seeing more film editing on YouTube than we've seen anywhere else, probably in the world. Right, Robert?
Yeah. I mean, look, I read a letter today about somebody watching. I know a guy who did a re-edit. I'll tell you something. Since you brought up Chris Gore, before The Phantom Menace came out, Chris Gore had the script, and he sent it to a few of us, and he sent it to me, and he said, listen, here's a script for The Phantom Menace. Read the script and play the Star Wars soundtrack when you read it. And what was really interesting was I loved the script to The Phantom Menace. Loved it. And what was really interesting is, so there's a friend of mine, let's call him the edit doctor. He famously did a re-edit of The Phantom Menace. And he did things like he made Jar Jar speak with an alien tongue and subtitled everything that Jar Jar said. And when I was reading the Phantom Menace script in my own mind, and I guess bringing a directorial sensibility to it, speaking of which, if David Pryor's watching this, I just bought The Empty Man on Blu-ray. He'll be like, wait, what? I know. What can I say, bruh? Got to give me a call. Anyway, so when I was reading the script, because I hadn't seen the movie, in my head, I'm directing it. And what I loved the script. And when I saw the film, I was very perplexed by a lot of the choices that George Lucas made. Like, you could give that script to 10 different directors, and they would all do vastly different things with it. And I felt that the big problem with a movie like The Phantom Menace was the tone of it all. Every decision that George Lucas made, I felt, was the wrong choice. And it was interesting because I would ask, when I saw the movie, everybody was really excited about it. When I saw it, I was like, well, I want to know why he made these choices. And like, I'll give you a quick example. So you have these battle droids, right? That are especially not the long, thin, spindly battle droids.
Yes.
And you have scenes where they're using binoculars. Well, they're droids. I mean, why are they using binoculars? Because they've and in George Lucas's mind, he's anthropomorphized machines
so much, yes.
And then they would use, and I'm like, dude, they wouldn't need whatever sensors they have. They don't see the way we do.
Correct.
But my problem with George Lucas in terms of his direction, and I think like, when he made the original Star Wars movies, he had a lot of people that would have what do you guys think when we have an astromech droid like R2-D2, like does he see? And I'm sure somebody would say, well, no, he's using sensors or this, that, and the other thing. But in Phantom Menace, somebody would have said, George, I understand you've anthropomorphized these battle droids, but they're not people. Like they don't,
Right.
you know, they might have faces, but they're not. They don't need binoculars. If they really need binoculars to see, wouldn't they have ocular implants that would give you whatever? And I felt that the Phantom Menace was a movie when I watched it that was full of those kinds of decisions. Like you could take that script. By the way, I don't even know what tangent. Oh, you asked me about re-edits of movies. Yes, the technology. Back on your point, the fact that people can take edits of movies and re-edit them using the deleted scenes. They can put things that are available on the DVD, you know, or the Blu-ray or the 4K, and they can go add those scenes in and recut. I had my friend Dave Hargrove did a really interesting re-edit of Peter Jackson's King Kong.
Really? Oh, really?
Yeah. Where he cut it down. My friend Mojo, that worked on Babylon 5 and Battlestar Galactica, he did a really interesting recut of Superman Returns. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting because it to me, again, you've got somebody else that has a different opinion. They're not seeing maybe the bigger picture or whatever, but I just find it fascinating that we now have the technology that movies exist and people can take the time to re-edit. Like, who would take the time to re-edit a movie? Like 20 years ago, people would be, you're gonna do what?
Exactly.
You know, and now people are doing that. I mean, hell, I've directed one movie. I want to go out and back and re-edit it. Just because I know more about editing, I can make it better than it was 22 years ago when it came out. And I could make it better. And no one cares about my movie, so nobody would care. Like, oh, Rob, you've recut. Nobody would give a shit. So I could get away with it. And it would be better, and no one would care. But, you know, with these movies that people watch over and over again. But so we now live in a world where nothing is immutable anymore. We can change things. We can, and I think our entire lives, we curate, like when we were kids, when I was a kid, there was only three. When I was a child, there was only 3 networks, and maybe in this independent station there are. But you know, you couldn't choose, you couldn't curate what you were getting. What you got, you would just watch whatever, and I would say the benefit of that was you would stumble across things and you would watch it, and you would learn to have an attention span because you would sit down and look at it, and in your mind, even as a kid, I'm like, well, whoever made this must have had something to say. And if they had something to say and I'm not quite getting it right away, I would watch it. And even as a kid, 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, watching sci-fi theater, I had to discern whether something was good or bad. And you wouldn't really know until the end. You know, and if you liked it, you'd be like I'd watch any sci-fi, fantasy, or horror film. I didn't care. Any genre movie, but I wanted to like them all, but after it was over, I'd think, like, I didn't like that as much as I wanted to like it. Mm-hmm. And I wonder, like, today, now people are like, well, if I don't like 100% of it all the time right now, I'm not going to watch that. I mean, do you think that we now live in a world where now that everyone can curate, they can only see what they like, that people are missing something?
I don't think they're missing anything, but I think that it's also an opportunity to recreate what you enjoy. So, you know, I've done this. I've seen different episodes of The Mandalorian, for example.
Right.
And in my mind, I said, well, let's extend this episode a little bit more and add some other things to it.
I like what's happening here.
Yes. And so, you know, in my mind, I've imagined different things and written them down and just decided to go ahead and do that. And I think that it's important. I think that, you know, so many of us, when we do see things that disappoint us, you know, a lot of times it is very upsetting, but at the same time, I do hope that we can take whatever was given to us and change it around to what we like. That's part of what a lot of us do. So it's also part of this whole fandom experience. The other thing I was going to say is that we've also had a lot of situations where, you know, people haven't been so kind to one another or accepting.
No, no, the hell you say?
And so I say that, you know, you've got to just keep, you know, creating kindness and helping others and supporting others and that also gives you endorphins. It makes you feel good when you do that. So that's also something that, adds enrichment to your life. I think my mother would say that, she's happy that she had her own family and that, she had all the experiences of traveling that she had would be the things that made her life worth living. And I feel the same way in my own, experiences and accomplishments, all the different places I've traveled and the different things that I've done. And of course, being on a show like this is also very fulfilling. So, there's a lot of things that I think that make life enjoyable, but I also think that Tom Holland.
Well, that's because it is the 69th episode.
Being such a young man and thinking about where his life is going to go, the sky's the limit for this, young man, this young actor. And, I don't think he's going to step away from movies anytime soon. I think that he has a lot of talent and he's likable and he looks good on the screen. And I could see him making many more, films, romantic comedies. Even I don't know if he wants to do that, but
he also looks. If I can grab it, he also looks good in 6 Scale.
Robert, I thought for sure you were going to have them like all of them around you when you started this episode, including the one scale.
That's next week. I got the quarter scale right here. I got Tobey Maguire. I got Andrew Garfield. I got lots of I got the Green Goblin. I got a lot of. He's even wearing Tony Stark's glasses because But yeah. No, I am seeing No Way Home on Thursday. I'm going to John Campia's screening.
Yes, you mentioned
which
that.
I'm very excited about that. I also got IMAX tickets for 11:30 in the morning on the 22nd to see Matrix Resurrections, which, by the way, I don't know why, but I'm deliriously excited for it.
It's going to be wonderful, Robert. That's why you're deliriously excited for it. I've enjoyed every single one of the Spider-Man films. So I don't know how everyone else feels. I know there were stronger ones than others, but I haven't been disappointed in any of them.
Well, I didn't like the second Amazing Spider-Man very much. I thought it was all over the place tonally. Now, I wanted to read one more thing from this interview with Tom Holland.
Yes.
The interviewer says, when you joined the MCU, you probably got advice from all sorts of people. But looking back now after 6 years, is there anything that they failed to mention or warn you of in advance? Tom Holland says, I don't really remember getting much advice from people. There were people that I had worked with who definitely I learned stuff from, but just via watching them work. Zendaya definitely gave me a lot of advice. We were young. We were going through the same things at the same time, so we were able to lean on each other. I'm sure you were. So there... Actually, you'd probably lean on her more because she's taller, but that's okay. So there wasn't really a poignant piece of advice, but there are definitely things that I wish I had known. And I know that there are people that knew that and should have told me. But here we are today, and I'm still going, so nothing really to worry about. I mean, I love this kid. I mean, he's a great, he seems like a great guy. And it was interesting. He goes on to say, they ask, what does a good day on a Spider-Man set typically mean to you? What constitutes a good day in your book? And he says, I mean, there's so many things that it could be. It could be a scene that has gone really well. It could be a joke that has made everyone laugh, or it could be a line that has made everyone cry. There's so many different things that come into play when you're working on set. And this is, by the way, exactly what I love about making films. Each day is as rewarding as the last. Some days are tougher than others. Sometimes I struggle when we're doing a scene that's really easy, a scene that doesn't require that much hard work. Sometimes it kind of spins me out because I feel like I haven't worked hard enough on that day. But that's something I'm getting over. For example, with the film I did with the Russo brothers, Cherry, the first 6 or 7 weeks of that film were the really hardcore drug stuff. And because I was working so hard and pushing myself to the limits every day, I felt I was doing a really good job. But then we got into the more normal stuff of him just being a teenager at school. And while I wasn't having a crisis, I was very worried that I wasn't working hard enough and I wasn't therefore doing a good job. But the Russos, the great leaders that they are, convinced me otherwise. What I loved about this was I think a lot of us feel exactly the same way, not just working on a set, just going through our lives. Like, we can't see the big picture when you're going through it. And I know whether you're working on anything, I mean, I don't care if you're working on movies, it's just my thing. But whatever you're working on that's outside of you, if you, whatever it is, like I really do believe that people should always participate in, call it, whether it's a project, whatever it is, make something. I don't care if it's planning a bake sale, planting a garden, building a shed, working. It doesn't matter. Whatever endeavor that is outside of you. So it's not about you. It's about completing something that's outside of you. Whatever that is. It's up to you to decide. But there is a singular satisfaction that you cannot feel any other way than whether you do something that's outside yourself. And it's even better when you are collaborating with people and you're doing something collectively and making something that didn't exist before.
Well, yes, and that is the movie business,
Yes.
and the entertainment business. A lot of that perspective is there, and I think that something that was very important that Tom Holland is saying about the Russo brothers is that and even this question, adding to this question is that perhaps they became like a mentor to him, because sometimes you do have feelings of uncertainty and whether you're making the right decision, whether or not, this is what someone asked for. They asked me to do this. Does this seem like what they would, are asking for? Am I doing, what they specifically wanted? And you do need sometimes a fresh pair of eyes to make that determination and to bounce things back off of. And the importance of of having a mentor or someone who can do that is really significant. For example, that chef, he's British, and he has a show where he grades people, and he's a bit, I would say he sounds a bit abrasive.
Paul Hollywood?
Yeah.
The Great British Bake Off? The baking show?
No, certainly not.
It's the greatest show of all time, just so you know.
No, it is a great show. That one is a very pleasant show, and they do something very similar. But this particular gentleman, he's blonde, kind of good-looking guy, and he has the chefs come on, and a lot of times he'll say exactly what you're doing wrong. And Robert, just imagine if you had someone who could tell you every step of the way exactly what you're doing wrong.
I've wanted girls to teach me that since I was 13. Unfortunately, they just suffer in silence. It took me a long time. I had to read a lot of books.
I don't mean it that way, but I mean just like if you're doing a project or working on something that requires an intense amount of concentration and scrutiny.
Oh, it does. I mean, I'm talking 45-degree upturn. Oh, never mind. Sorry. Wait, what?
It's okay.
We're talking about baking, right?
I'm talking about, well, he happens to be a chef, and he cooks in a restaurant. I can't remember this gentleman's
I'm talking about
name.
making souffles like you've never made souffles before. You want everything to rise, and don't
Well, yes,
fall
you
down.
do. But, a lot of times he'll say, okay, you didn't cook that long enough, or, you didn't do this. And,
That's what she said.
This is what's wrong. And I think it's very important to be able to have someone do that. Like, for example, where Tom talks about how he had doubts about whether he was accomplishing this. He just needed that word from someone to say, no, you did exactly what we asked you to do. Thank you very much. And then you can go on to the next thing in your life. Until you cross that boundary where you said, I accomplished that and I'm happy with how that went. Sometimes that can be something that can stymie you. It can hold you back either in your career or in life, in a relationship. So having that extra person or mentorship to get you to the next step is also something that's really essential for everybody.
No, I totally agree, and I think that it's interesting now, knowing that my 6-scale figure of Jared Leto from Zack Snyder's Justice League is going to ship soon. We live in a society where it is. I feel that when I was younger, what we were dreaming of doing things. And it was inherent in the understanding that we were going to do those things, that we were going to find people along the way that taught us what we would need to know to achieve those goals. Like in my mind, it was always like, the more people I met, the more people I would work with, the more people that could teach me things, the better off I would be.
Right.
And I feel that whether you call them mentors, call them teachers, call them people that just know more shit than you do. I feel that the world that we live in now is sort of changed, where everyone kind of thinks they're the experts now, in a way. I mean, certainly we all know how movies are made, don't we? I mean, in the YouTube pundit space, we all know what's going on more than anyone else at the studios or anyone else who's on set. We know more about movie making than ever. And yet, I listen to people talk, and look, I'm one of those people. I mean, but it's nothing replaces actually going out and doing something. Mm-hmm. And I do feel that our society, especially here in America now, because I live here, and I don't know how it is other places, but you know, I love people that know more than me. I love talking to people that know more than I do. Like, I love it. There's people on that. There's one person in particular in the industry. I always quote him, and I write him questions, and I'm like, hey man, mm-hmm. can you, I don't quite understand this. What do you think about this? Can you offer me some insight? And this person's way more successful than I will ever be in my entire life, no matter what I do. So the fact that this person gives me the time of day is very valuable to me. And I don't care if anyone else knows it, but I mean, for me personally, the interactions I have with him means something, because I feel like any interaction, even if he's like, hey, how's it going? I'm like, ooh, how did he write that? Did he put, hey, comma, how's it going? Or did he just write, hey, how's it going? And should I take my commas away? I had a conversation with a producer friend of mine not too long ago. And in most of my emails that I send out, I always, even if it's an email string, I always put the person's name.
Right. Like
John, Paul, Dick, and Harry, whatever. Even if it's in a string, I always, as a point of just order, and so in my mind, it was respectful. I'm like, so-and-so, comma, and then I continue on, even if it's in an email string. And he wrote me an email back and just tore me a new asshole. He's like, are you trying to be disrespectful to me by using my name in these emails? And I was like, it never occurred to me. Like, I just, in my own mind, like I did too, whenever I put it, most of the time, whenever I write a movie title, I always put it in all caps. Like in all my tweets and all my emails, whenever I do titles, I always do it in all caps, always. If it's an episode, I always put it in quotes, like an episode name, like Star Trek's Balance of Terror. I put it in quotation marks and then write it in upper and lowercase letters. Just idiosyncratic things about me communicating. But he got really pissed because I put his name, comma, and he would just, like, in my mind, I don't like when people don't, they just write back like one sentence emails where I normally would be like, greetings. and what was interesting is this guy's more successful than me.
Right.
And he's telling me this, and I'm wondering, am I wrong? Like, clearly, and he, at one point, he goes, he got pissed at me for doing it. And I'm like, I'd never had this conversation before. I've been emailing people for decades. And when he said this, I'm like, oh my God, am I a schmuck? Was this like a tell? Have I told people that are in the industry that I don't know what I'm doing simply because I always put people's names? And I do that to keep it straight because I write 5,000 emails a day. And when I write someone's name in my own mind, I'm like, okay, now I'm thinking about, okay, what do I know about this person? Oh, how I've communicated with them. And so for me, and to find out that something I thought was right was wrong, it made me be like, well, at least he told me. At least I learned.
Well, when you send him an email, perhaps you'll change your format.
Well, no, it's true. Now for him specifically, I don't. But that never occurred to me. I'd never had anyone say that to me before. And then I was like, it threw me. It shook me. I'm like, oh my God, my entire worldview. People know I'm a rank. Because I always tell people, like, as a script reader, whenever I would get screenplays, there were things like if somebody put 3 Brads in their scripts, 3 Brads, I'm like, fuck this. I'm not reading this shit. like when I would have to go into CAA and pick up unsolicited manuscripts. If there was a third Brad, I'm like, fuck that. Yeah. And what was really funny was if you got there too late, like they had a table where all the unsolicited manuscripts were for that week.
Yes.
If you got there late, all that was left were the 3 Brad scripts because the other readers had been there first, and they all know. They've
gone through everything, and they picked the best of the lot, so to speak.
Yeah, and it's just hilarious. And it was like, oh, even though it seems so stupid, I've had people tell me, like, are you telling me that you wouldn't read someone's scripts just because they put a third Brad, like a Brad in the middle of the script? I'd be like, yes.
It's too confusing.
That's what I'm telling you. But then there's people that would get all pissed. Like, you wouldn't even read. I spent 2 years writing my screenplay. I'm like, well, if you spent 2 years writing a screenplay, you should have learned not to put a fucking third Brad in your script.
And they should also have alternate versions of the screenplay, just as a word of advice. But the other thing I was going to say is RRTNZ, thank you for saying
NZ.
It was Gordon Ramsay. Who the chef Gordon Ramsay?
I thought you were talking about somebody I didn't. Of course you know Gordon Ramsay.
Yes, I couldn't remember his name, and Tom Jr. Jackson is bringing to our attention that there may be some super chats.
Oh, there are a lot of super chats. I was just first of all, there's some here that first of all, let's Darth Plato. By the way, I love Darth Plato. I don't think I know. Maybe I know Darth Plato in the meat space, but Darth Plato's a long-time supporter of the channel. He's been around. I always like what he has to say. Darth Plato says, "How is your 7-Eleven research going, Rob? Today I just noticed that my 7-Eleven has plush toys of the Geometry Goons from Squid Game. Oh my God, do they really? But I have to say that's an odd toy to give to kids for Christmas." Oh my God! First of all, Darth Plato, bless you. For those of you who don't know, I mean, I was obsessed for a long time. I wanted to make a documentary about 7-Eleven. And it was going to be called Oh Thank Heaven, The Story of 7-Eleven. And it was going to be the entire history of 7. I love 7-Elevens. And 7-Elevens are there. There's a rainbow of 7-Elevens. There's good 7-Elevens. There's bad 7-Elevens. There's all kinds of 7-Elevens. And I wanted to do a whole history of 7-Eleven because where I used to live in Canoga Park, I used to stop at the 7-Eleven every morning, and I would talk to the guys who owned it. And one of them, the owner of the store, was an immigrant. He'd owned the 7-Eleven for 38 years at the time. So now it's over 40 years. And I couldn't believe it. I'm like, well, that's so interesting. And he explained to me once that, as an immigrant to this country, there's not a lot of ways you can start your own business, but 7-Eleven's made it easier for you to do that. So I was like, how interesting. Like 7-Eleven is the immigrant experience. And then as I started doing research into 7-Eleven, there's so many fascinating things. And my dream was that I wanted to get somebody to sponsor me, and I would drive around the lower 48s and then go up to Alaska as well. And then if I made enough money, like crowdfunding it, I would go to, because Japan, 7-Eleven's like gourmet, and go to Europe. I wanted to do, and I called the home office, and I wanted to, I could do a 7-Eleven documentary without their cooperation. Mm-hmm. But I wanted their cooperation, and they thought I was crazy. They thought I was out of my fucking mind. I still want to do it. Like, I wanted to go to I want to go to 7-Elevens in every state, and I'd be like, okay, and this is why I wanted them to help me. I'm like, which 7-Eleven sells the most beer? Like, of all the 7-Elevens, I wanted to drive to that 7-Eleven and interview people. Why do you come to this 7-Eleven? Travel around So that's what Darth Plato is. By the way, the fact that they're giving away Squid Game toys just proves my love of 7-Eleven is not unjustified.
I'm compelled to ask you about Circle K, but I guess they don't fall into the same category.
No, it's a different thing. See, the thing about 7-Eleven is when I was a kid in the 70s, they had Slurpee cups where they had printed superheroes. They had Marvel and DC superheroes, and it was a big deal. I got comic books at 7-Eleven, and now they've got their own. I mean,
I bought all my V comic books at a 7-Eleven.
You mean the V?
Yes, I showed them to you.
I mine are right over there. I just got them. I've been looking at all of my. I'm gonna see which ones I'm gonna get bound.
Yes.
Ron C says, "Good morning, 69 Rob. I'm ready for the second film, the Rob Festival. Look, we're gonna finish. We're gonna finish the first film festival. We haven't given out the awards for the film festival. It's been a year. Been a tough year, long year, all that. But we will. There's 20 finalists, 20 semi-finalists, and we are going to give out the awards. And some of those people have won awards at other film festivals too, like real film festivals, not made-up ones. Although ours was real. Efren Guzman, how are you, sir? Good friend. I be 6, you be 9, we be fine. Happy 69. Is 69 safe now or days? I need a discovery rant, Rob. Please, rules. Does rule. Is 69 safe now or days? I don't know what that means. 69 was always, I always thought it was safe. Could be.
I think it's safe. I think it's an option, for anyone.
I think it's an aesthetically pleasing place to be honest. Ron C goes on to just say film festival. Yes. The second people are asking me now, when are we going to do the second film festival? I'm like, let me finish the first one and then do the short story competition, which we're going to do. Ron C says, no disregard to Tom Holland. I would like Sony to do an older Spider-Man out of college, perhaps a 69 Spider-Man. Well, he can hang upside down, so it'd be easy. You can just be standing there.
I have to confess that part of my attraction to Tom Holland are the special features where they show him and he's really just so athletic. I really enjoyed that part. I mean, I think that's also a talent of his as well. So, I think that it's great to see that stuff. And, we were talking about special features and, we have such a strong desire for special features, but, we need to demand that we get special features all the time. I'm missing out. We're missing out on so many great things about the movie making process that we would normally see in special features.
69 being one of them, especially Spider 69. When you're hanging upside down. I mean, it's great. When Tobey Maguire kisses Kirsten Dunst and she takes off his mask. I mean, you're on a web, so you know what I'm saying? You could just.
So, do we actually get to see, like in the Eternals, where they made love on a rock? Do we actually get to see Spider-Man finally make love to someone? I mean, is that what we're going to look forward to? And a more mature Spider-Man? It's. I'm fine with that. I think it would be very interesting.
It might be, but that would be. I don't know if that would happen. That might be the porn version. Could be called No Way Bone.
Oh no!
I don't know. Perhaps porn. Not. I mean, it's funny. I mean, I think if I can say this as an impartial observer, Zendaya is a beautiful girl. I mean, she's a beautiful woman, and Tom Holland's an attractive kid.
Yes.
But I don't know, man. I just can't.
I can picture it. I'm sorry.
I know, but I'm just like, he's in high school still.
Well, but
he's going to college.
Let's wait after graduation. Then,
I watched Euphoria, and I felt like first time I'm like, I am a really dirty old man. I'm not metal. It's decidedly unmetal. When I was 22, I dated like a 40-year-old, and I thought that was fucking metal, and it was. You have no idea how metal that was. I was like, yeah, but because I learned a lot. But it's very interesting. Do we want to see, like, I could deal with Gemma Chan and Icarus. That was cool. Because I think Gemma Chan's like she's such a dreamboat that, and she was an Eternal, so she was thousands of years old.
Yes, that is true. That is very true. And I was glad they had that scene in the movie, honestly. And I think that it added something to it, at least for me.
But I just don't, I can only imagine, first of all, can we just talk about the fact that Adrian Lyne, who directed Jacob's Ladder and who directed Flashdance and Foxes and, of course, Fatal Attraction, and he had his movie Anna de Armas. There she is right there. Anna de Armas and Ben Affleck made some erotic thriller that Adrian Lyne's big comeback to directing, and like they've shelved it indefinitely.
Yeah.
Come on, man. We got an 8. I mean, 9.5 weeks, 2. Actually, no, I don't want to. Yeah, but I can't believe it. I can't believe they've shelved it. What terrible news that was.
It is too bad. I mean, I saw The Protege this year, and I really loved the sexual energy of Maggie Q and Michael Keaton in that one. And, you know, it was a bit of a thriller, if you will. And it was wonderful. And, you know, we really need to see more of that. It was exciting. You know, it was provocative.
Well, I mean, eroticism, like, I'm not talking about porn. You can go to whatever, Pornhub, RedTube, YouPorn, whatever. There's so many porn sites. Like I've talked about on the show. Eroticism, though, I miss it. I miss eroticism. You know, you go back and you watch Lawrence Kasdan's Body Heat. I mean, Dieter sent me the box set of the Emmanuel movies.
Yes,
you know, and although Emmanuel 3 is a big disappointment, Emmanuel 2 is the masterpiece, and Emmanuel 1's got the promise. I miss eroticism in film. You know, I really do. We don't have it anymore. You know, it's either you go all the way, and you're watching the mechanics of it, but there's no real eroticism. There's no. I go back, and that's why I like, you know, I haven't seen Benedetta yet, but I mean, Paul Verhoeven. I haven't
seen it either, but
Lesbian Nuns. You know,
we need to review that film on this channel.
Yes, Robert. We do. I think we need to do. We should have a watch party, a Benedetta watch party, and people. Robert, of course, I might get canceled if I do that. You wouldn't, but I would.
Titane. You still need to see Titane. I have a feeling that once you see that, you're going to feel quite reinvigorated.
I can't wait. I've got it on order. You know, I keep trying to get to it, and I can't wait. I mean, I really like Raw. It looks right up my alley. Stubble McShave. By the way, apparently, let me make something right here. Stubble McShave sent me a. I don't know why it didn't come through. He sent me. Let me find it. He sent me. Sometimes when I'm. So people don't know, I'm looking at a certain piece of software that shows me super chats and tips when they come through. Sometimes they don't come through and until later. And Stubble McShave did send me a tip today that I would like to read. Stubble says, hype for Spider-Man has reached the stratosphere. I think it will be good, but can the movie ever live up to the hype? Even if it's the best movie of the year. Where will they go afterwards with the next movie? Can they ever have budgets below $200 million? Well, to keep it in terms of the topic of the night, I would say, can the movie ever live up to the hype, even if it's the best movie of the year? Well, here's the thing: if you're with the most beautiful woman in the world and you wind up in a hot 69, it's never that great because it's just a little weird. It's never. You think it's going to be awesome, and indeed, it's great to be there, but the mechanics and the logistics are not always the most or the best use of your time, although it's fun to get in that position. But I would say, I don't know if that worked as a metaphor. I'm trying to be funny. I don't know if it was. You didn't laugh, so I perhaps failed.
No, I just was trying to picture it in my mind.
I know, but I think the point that he's making is really interesting, and I feel this way about a lot of movies. I mean, the funny thing about, I think, corporate franchise thinking is that if you think about some of the movies that I think about that I love, there's 3 movies that sort of define, they mean nothing. The Shawshank Redemption, the longer version of Almost Famous, and Amelie.
Okay.
So for me, those are films that sort of define my worldview in a sort of. Those films are not histrionic. They don't have big special effects. I mean, although Amelie, you could say, well, Rob, the entire film is digitally graded. Yes, okay, and there's a lot of special effects in it. I understand. But you know what I mean.
Yes.
But those films are not, they're not, there's no apocalyptic reality warping rips in the space-time continuum that can destroy the universe. And those films are incredibly gratifying. I think it would be possible to make a Spider-Man movie. Now, I'm not saying you could make any other superhero movie, but I would love to see the next Spider-Man trilogy with Tom Holland. The new film is called just Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. That's it. And I always thought the third Spider-Man movie should have become called Home Front, where he comes home to his neighborhood and protects. Right. You could make a really interesting character study about Spider-Man dealing with his neighborhood. Figure out some story to tell. Like, imagine if you were to do, like, I don't know, like Do the Right Thing, where Spider-Man is Mookie, but it's Peter Parker, and he has to deal with, some race riot or something that was going to break out. You could do a really interesting character study. If it was good, people might watch it. It's got to have the character. It's got to have the heart. If you're telling a wonderful story, you don't necessarily need 10,000 villains. And I think that how do you tell a great Spider-Man story? You do what they did with the Bond franchise. In 79, we're going to go to space.
Yes.
In 81, it becomes an espionage thriller. You have a great ski sequence, and at the end of the movie, Bond standing before General Gogol, Walter Gatellin says, "You don't have it, and we don't have it." That's détente, General, after he's thrown the decoder off the
it is a
monk.
détente.
and it's a way to go. I mean, do you think that can happen?
I think that a live action series would be something that would be exciting to see. I mean, I don't know how and when, but it's a consideration. There's so many adventures that, Spider-Man can have. And, I think it would be fun. It would be nice to see something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, I'm a big fan of Iron Man 3. I know a lot of people are not big fans of Iron Man 3. I liked it because it was more of a character study, and I enjoyed it. Stubble goes on to say, speaking of episode 69 in Spider-Man. No, that's not how he said it. He was saying it in a Swedish accent. Since I was a teenager and discovered the adventures of self-appreciation. Wait, it took you till you were a teenager, dude? I used to think about Farrah Fawcett Majors and Logan's Run as a 9-year-old and just sleep on my stomach. I didn't know what was going on. I always wondered what Spidey's web was made of. Oh, dude. Sorry to put that image in your head.
He also said,
You goddamn Swede. You know what? I walked in, Elizabeth was watching Wheel of Time episode 6, and I'm like, God damn it. I've only seen up to 4. What the fuck? But now you've given me this whole thing about what are web shooters made out of?
Stubble and I are reviewing the Wheel of Time on my channel, Positive Fandom, Robert.
I do know. By the way, plug that. Because somebody asked me about what is your channel today, and I'm like, well, why don't you tell them? Where can they find your channel?
They can find it on YouTube. It's called Positive Fandom, and it's talking about all the things we love about our favorite IPs. And, I cover movies and different topics. And Stubble McShave and I are covering the Wheel of Time live action series, but we're also talking about
Spider-Man's web makeup.
Yeah. Well, maybe we will, but it's an interesting question. Which
every time I see a villain's hand get pinned by webbing and his guns, I'm like, oh, bruh, come on.
Well, it makes me
come
wonder.
On, dude.
There was a panel at San Diego Comic-Con, and the panel was about, topics we shouldn't be discussing or something like that. And that would probably fall into one of those. But it's funny. It is funny. Yeah. He said, Stubble also said, take your 8-year-old kid to see Spider-Man getting it on.
That's very Swedish. I saw My Life as a Dog. I understand what you Swedes are up to. I understand. Much more casual. Davi de Oliveira Pinhario? I don't know. I hope I didn't destroy your name, but if I did, I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Davi says if Rob makes his Blood Beach one-take remake, He's going to become the biggest Hollywood director since Cecil B. DeMille. First of all, Davi, let me just tell you, thank you for bringing that up. So, for those of you who don't know, I actually pitched on this show. There is, I think it came out in 1980, 81. There was a horror movie called Blood Beach. And the ad line was, just when you thought it was safe to get in the water, you can't get to it. And it was about a creature on the beach. And I had suggested that I would love to do, there's a really interesting film called Russian Ark that is a one-shot movie about L'Hermitage, the museum in St. Petersburg. And I was like, I would love to do, and I said I would do it for Blumhouse, that I wanted to do a one-take Blood Beach remake where it would be a single take for 90 minutes.
Right.
And you know, you set it at Will Rogers State Beach, Santa Monica or whatever. And I still believe that. I mean, I don't know how it could be done, and it would need a great script, obviously, as all movies do. But I had said Jason Blum should do that. Like, if anybody could do it and make it work, Blumhouse would do it. And if it didn't work, you know, how much money... The funny thing about a one-take Blood Beach remake, you could probably do it. Like, I'd be like, if I had $2 million, that would be like manna from heaven. If you could do it for $2 million, because everyone's on the beach during the day, you know, and you shoot it, you have to either shoot it in the morning. So, and to me, it's like the whole point is I would block out a few days, but you'd only get like 2 takes a day. So you'd shoot it at like 10 a.m. and 2 in the afternoon. Or if you really were cool, depending on where the sun was, you could do 1 take in the morning and then 2 takes in the afternoon. Like you could do 2 o'clock take, probably a 4 o'clock take, because if you did the 4 o'clock take, you'd get magic hour, depending on which. If you shoot on the West Coast at 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock, shit, dude, that'd be dope. Look good, I'd do it. And you know what's funny about that? You don't even need someone to tell you. You could just go do it. But thank you.
You can just film there.
Well, I mean, you need the money. You know, you need to permit it all, but because you need the whole point. I think the whole point would be the camera. You'd have all of these stories that you'd have to keep. It would be very difficult to do, and you'd need a great script and great actors, and you'd rehearse it. I'd rehearse it for a week. I'd have all the people, you know, come down, rehearse it, or do the camera rehearsal for a week and all that. It could be fun, though.
No, it sounds like a lot of fun, Robert. That I'd love to do something like that too. Lizzie Venus says, I always put movie titles, songs, and shows in quotes, novels in caps. And I also noticed, Robert, that there's 2 member mentions. Do you see those on your end? One for Jaden Mayha. He's been a member for 8 months as an imagination connoisseur, and Aiken.
Oh yeah, Aiken, member for 6 months, imagination connoisseur. Look at the Shibu Inu that Aiken has.
I know.
Well, thank you for that, Aiken.
And
Jaden, imagination connoisseur for 8 months. Is that a Halo helmet? It looks like a Halo. Is that a Halo helmet? But
yeah, it looks like it is a character from Halo. It's kind of small, but yes.
Thank you for re-upping your membership. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, if you become a member of the channel, we do have these membership chats. And you know what? I've been seeing all these people keep re-upping their memberships, which I am grateful for. But come to the membership chats. They're so much fun. I mean, and lately, what's really interesting is I do feel that, like, at the membership chats, there's people like Jamie Cruz's son, you know, who's gone, since we've been doing him, he's gone into the military. Now he's become a Black Hawk pilot. We found out that he's now been stationed in Egypt. Pretty cool. Like, I feel like because we were doing the memberships, when they first started on the channel, I'm like, what the hell? What are we going to do with that? But having these chats, I feel like the last one we did was almost 4 hours. It was great. What do you think of those membership chats?
I love them. I think they're fantastic. You know, I don't actually talk in the chat. I want to hear what everybody else has to say. Yeah. So I just kind of stay quiet and I listen to everybody and feel, you know, what their concerns are, what they want to talk about, all the interesting stuff that I just love hearing, you know, from the members. And so, you know, it's really important to me to attend them and to just get, you know, the members' concerns and interests and things that they're excited about during that time. It's really, really fantastic.
I have to say that Roberto Suarez was one of the first people on the channel I actually met in real life. When I went to, a lot of people don't know, but I direct a medical, like a masterclass medical series I've been doing since 2017 with my friend Mike Schertz. And when I go, we do it in Portland, Oregon, and it's called Crisis Medicine Tactical Casualty Care, and I'm really proud of it. It's one of the most important things I think I've ever done. But I was up there, and Roberto lived in Portland, and we all went out for drinks. And I got to meet him. He's just a terrific guy. His kids are great. His wife is great. And he helps us run those chats. And it's great. And I love talking to people. And so we're going to do the last one of the years next week. So thank you both, Aiken and Jaden. Magia? Is it Magia? Magia?
Yeah, I think so.
What a cool Jaden Magia. That's a cool name. But thank you both for being members of the channel. But come in. I see all these people that are members. I'm like, I want to meet you guys. I mean, some people, you don't have to come on or use an avatar or something. But come see everyone. Come see and hang out. But by the way, Davi, I do want to do my one-take remake of Blood Beach. If only I could just realize all the stuff we toss off on this channel. It'd be great. RRTNZ says, "Hail, Rob and you two legends." Random comic question. Best comic run by John Byrne. Fantastic Four, X-Men, Superman, Namor, West Coast Avengers, or other, and why? Cheers. Okay. That's a tough question.
Yeah.
But I have to say, the first thing that pops into my mind... Let me grab it here. Hang on.
Oh, wow.
Alpha Flight by John Byrne.
Wow.
You asked. I mean, this is my Alpha Flight omnibus. I love the first 24 issues of Alpha Flight. Love them. I was blown away. I mean, in terms of stuff that happens during comic runs, and not runs when you had too much Indian food. I'm talking about when your mind was blown. My mind was blown at the end of Alpha Flight 12 and in Alpha Flight 24. And it was funny because Byrne had already established himself. I mean, obviously, like you point out, his Fantastic Four run is amazing. And by the way, you didn't mention Next Men, not X-Men, but Next Men. I loved his X-Men run. I like Next Men. I love his Star Trek, what he's done with IDW. But the first thing that comes to mind, I mean, I love this run. And Byrne wrote and drew this. Just saying, God, I love my omnibus clothes. But yeah, no, I would say that. And this is just, I love being able to actually reach them. I mean, there's so many things around here I can't reach. I'd have to get up and take me like, everybody should read this, by the way. Really
yes. I have to agree with you on the Star Trek IDW run as well. So
yeah, I mean, he's done the weird photo novel things, and then he also did like a Gary 7 miniseries and the different aliens. I mean, I'm a big John Byrne fan. A lot of people talk, wow, John Byrne's a dick in real life. I'm like, I've never met him. I'm a big fan of his. So RRTNZ, I'd say Alpha Flight. I mean, and the only reason, like, for those of you, let's face it, none of you are going to go back and read Alpha Flight, but if you did, so Alpha Flight is tied into the X-Men, Weapon X is a whole big rigmarole, but the main character, Guardian, Vindicator Guardian, in the 12th issue, the main character, the leader of the group, is blown up. Like, he fucking dies. And it was one of those moments. There are not many times in my life when I can read a comic book and go,
Oh my God.
I literally, I was like, holy shit! Like I couldn't believe it. I was stunned. I was absolutely stunned because it wasn't like Crisis on Infinite Earth 7 when Superman is holding dead Supergirl. I mean, I know she got blasted, but still, you didn't know. Like, you had no idea. When it happened, I fucking couldn't believe it. I'm like, and then it's too outlandish to explain what happened in issue 24, but he comes back as one does. And it's pretty fucking good. Just saying. So Davi goes on to say, Davi says, I'm kind of bringing the Blood Beach remake up every 2 weeks to remind you of it. I want to watch it. I think it's a home run, bruh. Look, here's the thing. My entire life is full of home run pitches that no one listens to. I have no credibility. You know, but I agree with you. And first of all, thank you. My Blood Beach pitch, it's good. It is a home run. Logistically, a nightmare. But I appreciate you saying so. The problem is, first of all, no one remembers Blood Beach. You'd think everyone remembers every slasher under the sun or every horror movie. Nobody remembers Blood Beach, and it has one of the great one sheets of all time too. Nobody remembers it, and it's for me. If you tried to remake Blood Beach and do it like normally, like as a straightforward, we're gonna remake. How many horror remakes are good? Texas Chainsaw, Marcus and Spell. Hey, it looks beautiful. Misses the point entirely. Nightmare on Elm Street. Was that good? The Friday the 13th, kind of cool. But really.
I already know you didn't like Halloween Kills, but I liked it.
Halloween Kills is no Rick Rosenthal's Halloween 2. Hang on. Hold on. Let me just wait.
Robert, my favorite scene in Halloween Kills was the scene where everybody is trapped in the staircase and no one is cooperating and they're all just jam-packed in there and no one can move. And the sheriff is like screaming. He's like, because no one will move. No one will cooperate. And that scene to me, it says so much to me.
I know.
And Kyle Richards is in it.
I know. Lindsay. Yeah. Can't go there with you. To me, Halloween 2 came out in 1981?
Yeah.
It was called Halloween 2. I hate it. Now I have to say, look, Halloween was the first piece of physical media I ever owned. Back when it was released on Media, even before it was Media Home Entertainment, it was the very 1980. I got it from my bar mitzvah, my first pre-recorded VHS video cassette.
Nice.
And I got that in a Dogtown skateboard with Tracker X tracks and Kryptonic 65 millimeter wheels. But it was a big deal. And I loved Halloween. I loved Halloween 2. I loved Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. I hated the 2018 Halloween. I hated everything about it. There's nothing about it. Even though, like, Jamie Curtis was in it, I'm like, Jamie Lee Curtis. I'm like, you did Halloween H2O? Like, what the hell, man? Oh my God! Do you know who's in the chat? Do you know who's sending a tip?
Lynn. I'm sorry.
Lynn Hobday. Lynn, our Brit expat, all the way in the land of the rising sun. Yes. I mean, here's now there are people in this channel that I fucking love. Mm-hmm. My dream. I've never gone to Japan.
Yes.
I've wanted to go to Japan. I'm like, I can't go because I need like $25,000 to buy Japanese die-cast toys and model kits and shit. And now I've got my Japanese shopper who's sending me parts from the Yamato 2005.
You are very lucky to have that. I also noticed that another person who I see from time to time, Lynch Designs, is also in the chat. And I know he's in a lot of your, or at least
Lynch
attends
Designs
quite a few-
is the man. He's a very, although I shouldn't, I would just assume he's a dude. I don't want to,
Yes,
in
he's
this
a
day-
man. He's a man.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure.
Yeah,
Lynch
I know.
Designs, he's been very good. That's good. Thank you, sir. You never
Robert-
know. I don't want to misgender or dead name anybody.
Can I share what I got in the mail, Robert?
Oh my God, what'd you get?
So when I went to, I think it was the San Diego Comic Con, I actually saw this figure in person because
Is it
3-0
six? Is it 6 scale?
Yes, it is 1/6 scale. 3-0 had a kiosk there that had a ton of figures. And it was fantastic to see the figures because, as you know, the only time we ever get a chance to see the figures before you buy them would be at something like a Comic-Con, where they're on
Indeed.
display.
I mean, for real, in the flesh, not like
In
just
the
pictures.
flesh. Yes. And I saw this figure, I don't know, maybe a few months ago.
Oh my God, I'm getting so 69 right now.
Well, I don't really know if you're a fan of this particular IP, but I'm a
It
huge
doesn't matter.
fan.
I just love 6 scale figures.
Oh, okay.
And
Well-
and that company, I buy their Game of Thrones figures.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah. They make good figures. I mean,
They do.
it's not Hot Toys and it's not
No, but they do.
not Sideshow, but
No, they do. I've got what I got. Look. I got.
yes.
I've got Brienne of Tarth.
Wow, Robert, when did you get that?
Oh, she's been here for a long time.
Oh.
Yeah. So and saying, I mean, these are their Game of Thrones figures are dope.
Yeah. Yeah, they had a lot of them there on display. And they had
I'd be a little scared about 69. Oh,
You know who this character is?
I've seen the show.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. No, have you opened this
Can
up
they
yet?
see it? No, I have not. I can't tell what you guys can see on the screen, but
Oh yeah,
I've not opened it.
Well, why don't you pretend you're on Fully Articulated? Why don't you open that shit up?
So the character is Morgan Jones, and I can't remember this actor's name, but he's a very famous actor. He's been on The Walking Dead. He's been on a bunch of other shows too. He's British. And you open it up, they've got like a nice little,
Which is nice.
yeah. And then you can see, the character here on the side. I'm not doing this right. I'm not set up for this, but
Lenny James.
yes, Lenny James is his
Who's
name.
married to Jenny Jones.
Oh, really?
I love it. Lenny James is married to Jenny Jones. I love that. I mean, hi. I love to see him. Hi, Matt. I'm Lenny James. This is my wife, Jenny Jones. I don't know why I find that funny. But yes, he is a great actor. And by the way, a badass character in The Walking Dead.
Yes, and as you all know, who are fans of the series, he was in the first episode. He kind of introduces Rick to what the world is like since he was in the hospital, and this character has also gone on to just continually be in the series, and he really has been fantastic. Just get him out here.
Is that your first Walking Dead figure?
Yes, it is my first Walking Dead figure. I also got the Ezekiel, which I have not gotten yet.
All right. So are you now going to? Oh, look at that face sculpt.
Yeah.
Wow, hang on. I gotta go. I don't have you full frame. Hold that
you're
up
gonna
there.
give me full frame abilities?
Yeah, I'm giving you full frame. Let's go full frame. Look at that.
Okay. Wow.
Look at that. Okay, look at that. Oh man, that's some dope. That's a good face sculpt.
Yeah. It really is.
Wow. All right.
Yeah. When I saw this character, I had to get it, including the Ezekiel one. I totally love this character, but yeah. So that's my latest figure, Robert.
So now, that's badass. Now I have to say, we have to go back because now that we talked about Lynn, but I didn't actually read her super chats. And by the way,
Yes.
what she's written.
Is it? Are you okay, Robert? Are you?
It's just I'm so. I feel like Lynn is a kindred spirit.
Aww.
This is what she wrote.
Okay.
She wrote, I watched Star Trek the motion picture today.
Oh, boy.
I know, I love her. It was the movie where I first really appreciated Kirk, in spite of, or because of his, single-minded drive and love of the Enterprise and space itself. But he is a prime example of putting his career before his private life. And then she goes on to say, in these days of life-work balance, do you think Kirk is a good role model? Okay. Oh, my God. Now, Lynn, Dave Parker be here. If Dave Parker was here or not, he'd be going like this. Oh, my God. You had to ask not only a Star Trek question, not only about the motion picture, but about James Tiberius Kirk. Look at that head. First of all, that head sculpt is fucking badass. I mean, they do a really great job. Now, for anybody who wants to know why we collect 6-scale figures, why they are so, I mean, spin that around one more time. Look at that. Oh my God. That is a great fucking figure. So wait a minute. Now, I've got to address Lynn's question.
Yes, of course. After you give your opinion, I have an opinion on that too.
So here's the thing. First of all, Star Trek the Motion Picture is the triumvirate, Kirk, Spock, and McCoy all have their chance to shine. But Kirk, first of all, Shatner has one of the great introductions in all of cinema history when the shuttlecraft, when it lands at Starfleet headquarters, it opens up and he comes out in that admiral uniform. I mean, what a fucking badass. And you know, he's not the Kirk we knew in the series. He's not happy. He's been chief of Starfleet operations for 2.5 years. He's and
he's been out of the captain's seat, and he doesn't like it.
And he doesn't like it, and it's not great. And but the thing is, we as the audience know that he belongs in the captain's chair. We know that. And that's all part of it. What's so great is that works when we see Shatner first arrive. It's like we're like that when we find out he's not captain of the Enterprise. It's really, we just want to see him get there. Look at those accessories, my God. And he's the thing is, you know, it's not the Enterprise, the ship that he loves. I think he loves what it represents. He loves the crew. He loves the camaraderie. He loves the fact, you know, William Shatner, as you know, I made a movie with him. He's my favorite fictional character of all time. The reason that I love the idea of Captain Kirk is because Kirk is a man who understands that is amazing. Look at those accessories. Those are great. That is a very good looking knife. Kirk is a man who understands the value of having great people work for you. He knows that he might be the captain of the ship, but the ship only is as good as the crew. And not just the senior command staff, everyone on his ship matters. And maybe that's why I like making movies so much, is because, and Lynn, you know, Lynn's a performer. She's a musician. She's a singer. And it's funny because of all the people, I'm like, man, if I could have the international Robservation tour, if we could make some, you know, money like Mr. Beast, who can spend $4 million a month, I mean, I would do that. I would go to Japan and hang out, you know, and just, but Lynn is, if you look into her work, I mean, she's a really accomplished performer, and she's worked on many soundtracks. I mean, she's a real talent. And but as Lynn would know, you know, you can't record an album without a great engineer and somebody who knows where a microphone goes, and great musicians, and you need a crew of people to make things great. And Shatner, the character of Captain Kirk, knows that. And so she asks, in these days of life-work balance, do you think Kirk is a good role model? Well, since you put it that way, no. No, and a lot of what happened in the Star Trek films, especially you find out in Star Trek 2, Kirk had a son, and even in Generations, when he meets Demora, Sulu, Sulu's daughter, who's the helmsman of the Enterprise B, Shatner's like, or Kirk is like, when did Sulu have a family? And Scotty was like, well, if you have time, if you make time, you figure it out. Chekhov, I think actually Chekhov says that, and he can't believe that. I don't think Kirk is a great role model to balance life and work. I think the people that are, if you're balancing life and work, that's great. But the people that really make a mark, they can't balance. Work is what they're consumed by it. They're consumed by their passions. And maybe that's the great tragedy of their lives, is they don't have that life-work balance. I mean, one of the great tragedies of my life is I don't have kids of my own.
I don't have children either, and I do regret not having any.
Yeah, but aren't you like 22, 23? You can still have kids, right? No, I mean, I love kids. I've always loved kids. People can't believe I don't have kids of my own. And
I'm surprised you don't have children, Robert. I'm very surprised.
Well, yeah, I mean, when I was married, I thought we would. That was something I never. I don't know. I mean, I love kids. I mean, I am a kid. So, but no, I do think that it's a really great question she asks, and I think Lynn asks it because, Lynn, aren't you? I mean, the funny thing is, I don't know anything about Lynn's personal life. I don't know if she's married. I don't know if she has kids. I know nothing other than the fact that she's been here for a long time. She's a foundational member.
Yes.
And I love her. I religiously read her Facebook feeds and updates and things that she puts up, and I love the fact that she's a British expat that went to Japan and performs and sings, and I've got some of her singles or things she sent me, and her music is great. And
yes.
I think the question is, I mean, here's the thing. If work makes you happy, throw yourself into your work. I mean, in the cosmic infinitude of the universe, none of it matters. All that matters is did you enjoy the time you spent on this planet, and did you affect others? And if it's through your work, isn't that a good thing?
Well, what's interesting about what you're saying, Robert, is that clearly, let's say the Captain Kirk character, and later on Admiral Kirk, and then I guess back to Captain Kirk, or however you describe it. Yes, he has reservations about how he's led his life, and not just from the films you mentioned, but also in Generations.
Yeah,
Because
no,
there's this
absolutely.
scene in the Nexus where he comments to Picard, Picard is like, who are you, and what's going on in this scene, and on more than one occasion, it shows. Kirk trying to spend time with, whomever, whatever this lovely, lucky woman is who gets.
Yeah, that's all a bunch of bullshit. Generations sucks. I mean, no, I honestly thought. I honestly thought that Generations. First of all, when it came out, I hated that movie a lot. I've come to grips with it. But I do think the way Kirk is written in that movie, especially in the Nexus, and you have to take it as a grain of salt. It's real because it's canonical. But it shows a fundamental lack of understanding. I mean, there are people that for them work is enough. And I think that to see Kirk chopping wood, living in a log cabin, having a dog named Butler, and having a woman we've never heard of before called Antonia.
But that's what's so great about this scene, Robert, is that Kirk made the decisions that were right for him. And, if your life is, if you wanted to have a life that was more like that, then he is a great role model for you. If that's what you wanted to have with your life. If you don't want a life like that, then maybe you go for another role model. But all in all, he hasn't really done anything horrible that he wouldn't be considered a great role model. In my opinion.
Again, what I find strange about our modern age is that we are trying to impose these things on our fictional characters that make them more palatable to the way we feel.
Yes.
And the idea that, look, men of duty, the whole idea of Star Trek was derived, Roddenberry even told Nicholas Meyer, it's Horatio Hornblower. And the idea of career officers that have a sense of duty to the empire, to the realm, to the queen. We think of these as quaint things, but we live in a world where no one has any kind of a code. No one believes in anything. And these men of duty, these men of principle, and women too, this is something that's considered archaic now.
Yeah.
And I would think that the thing is, if we ever go into some kind of a global conflict right now, I mean, we have a good military, theoretically, we'd get our asses handed to us. Because I think that the sense of duty, the sense of country, the sense of honor, and I think that it is not something that our country, we give it lip service. Well, thank you for your service. I'm like, no. What we need our men and women in uniform to be supported by people that believe in the honor and the duty that they have chosen to devote their lives to. And I think a lot of us in this country don't know what that means. And I think one of the things about Star Trek is it doesn't matter if you like the military or not. Starfleet's a quasi-military organization or whatever. But the point is that you had men and women that believed in a higher purpose other than their own lives. They believed in the preservation of the Federation, Starfleet, all of this conglomeration of alien races that all believe different things, coming together and creating something that's better than the sum of its parts. Lynn, you ask, in these days of life and work balance, do you think Kirk is a good role model? Goddamn right I do. Captain James Tiberius Kirk is one of my favorite people ever in all of fiction.
I wouldn't mind meeting a man like Captain Kirk, honestly. I think he's very entertaining and fun and fascinating and just...
And let's face it, that dude knows where to put his hands during a hot 69. You know what I'm saying?
He knows what he's doing, and I like that. And I think that
he does.
He's calm under tough situations, and I think that that's one of the many things that makes him amazing. He's just really fantastic. I
believe Tom from Midnight's Edge asks, did you see the Star Trek news we dropped? I didn't. I don't know what's happening with... Is there new Star Trek news? Does Star Trek even have news anymore?
I don't know if it was what we talked about today. I was with Tom today and Andre. I don't know if it's the same topic that we were talking about, so I'm not sure. But yeah, so
I mean, Tom sent me a thing. I wasn't. What happened? Did they cancel Star Trek entirely?
Well, I think he was talking about why Star Trek is no longer on Netflix. And it's now going to be... I'm sorry.
I did watch their video. I watched Midnight's Edge video about that, which I thought was quite good.
Yes. I think that might be what he's referring to. And so I was telling Tom and Andre that while I was at the San Diego Comic-Con, there was a panel, which I attended with Julian Muskin and his family, about Star Trek, and it was hosted by a famous blogger whose name I can't remember just now, but he brought up tons of fans to ask them what their favorite shows were, and there were a few who said that their favorite shows were Star Trek Discovery and
which is
Lower
great.
Decks.
I'm all for that. That's fine. I don't want to say that. Look, a lot of people on Twitter, some people might know that I am not a fan of modern Star Trek. However, there are people that are going to come to Star Trek for the first time with Discovery or Picard or whatever, and there are longtime fans that like Star Trek Discovery, and I do not begrudge them that. I don't, because I don't believe you should never tell anyone that the only thing you should tell people they shouldn't like are like Nazis. shouldn't like Nazis. I don't like that. I don't like. I'm joking, of course, just so people don't get the wrong idea. But if somebody likes some form of entertainment, whether it's movies or television or a book or comics or something, if somebody likes them, you can't tell them, well, you shouldn't like that. You can't tell somebody that they can't like something because they like it. And that's good. It's good to like things.
Yes, and Lisa in the chat says Kirk encapsulates the Playboy-like 007. And I think that he also has a lust for life that I like to see. I mean, I like to see, men that way and kind of enjoying
He sits in his
lives.
cabin and blares Iggy Pop.
He does. He certainly does. And I think that that's certainly very exciting, to see.
No, but I look, I mean, I think the thing about Kirk is that I of all the fictional characters, there are two fictional characters. This is terrible to say, but James Kirk is the first, and the other is Roy Scheider's character, Roy Gideon, in All That Jazz. Mm-hmm. And Roy Gideon was obsessed with his work. He loved movies, he loved theater, he loved working, and he loved women.
Yes.
And I think that and to me, Kirk is a character that is about drinking in the universe. He loves existence. You know, he loves, like, everything to James T. Kirk is interesting and amazing and fun and wild and worth doing. And he's in a position where he's got his best friends, and he knows he's like he knows he's the captain. And he understands that, like, if this is a democracy, I'll tell you. But he also knows he doesn't know everything. He's a character that knows that Spock and McCoy know things I don't know. And I couldn't go anywhere without them. And to me, he's why he's my favorite fictional character is for that reason. He loves the universe. He's in no hurry to leave it. And he understands that he needs all of these great people to surround him in order to learn as much about the universe as he can, because he can't do it on his own. He doesn't know enough. And at the same time, he certainly knows enough where he can meet a lovely lady and say, just say something nice. One of my favorite, perhaps my favorite Kirk moment is in Mirror Mirror, when he meets the Mirror, Marlena Moreau, who's the captain's woman. I'm the captain's woman, am I? And she tries to slap him, and she thinks he's gonna discard her because she doesn't understand he's not from her universe. And he grabs her wrists. And he says, I just meant that you can be anything you want to be. And she's never heard this from a man before. Like, she's used to the evil Kirk doing, that evil Kirk does not care about her orgasm. He is not down with the 69. And when he is, it's like, it's only for his pleasure. And
Robert, there are more super chats. Tom Jr. Jackson is telling me that we have quite a few super chats.
The Richard says, dreams still come true. Lynn Hobday is heading up the Richards Traveling Underwater Lounge for the PGS. Tons of guests with culinary, music, animation, travel, etc. Soon for all goof people. Hey, man, I can't wait. The Richards been teasing me with these things, and I say, yes. God bless you, sir. Go with God. I can't wait to see what you've got. We'll play it, do it live. We'll promote it however you want to promote it. I can't wait to see when it's done.
Me too.
Dave Atkins. And the Richards been working on this a lot. And there's a lot of talent he's gotten involved. And again, what the Richards doing is exactly what this channel is about.
Yes.
Make cool shit with cool people. Or goof people.
Yes.
We're all goof people. We are all goof people. And Dave Atkins says, you guys should check out the Electric Eel Shock Band. I don't know the Electric Eel
I do not either,
Shock
but they sound
Band. Terje, all the way from Norway, says role model. Hell yeah. The absent father, married to his ship, too busy for family life, out there breaking rules and green hearts. Look, man, here's the thing about that. I mean, we cannot impose our morality on a 23rd century Lothario. We can't do that. And the fact is, if you love life, you know, if you love being alive, if you're out there on the final frontier, you know, you are not going to give up. One of the great mysteries of life is to sit down with another person to make love to a woman, right? And he's made love to a woman she's a giant tentacled creature from the Andromeda Galaxy who's taken the form of Barbara Boucher. And she's like, I don't understand why you humans are so wrapped up in this whole biological, this is just procreation, whatever. And Kirk takes her downtown and shows what is up. Now, I'm not saying you do 69. It's a little weird. I would think that Kirk would go down and yodel in the valley, eat at the Y, you know what I'm saying? And he'd do a good job. He knows how to rock the guy in the boat. He knows how to make that happen. You know what I'm saying? And
I'm sure if it wasn't what she wanted, you know, he would make it happen. Like he would do whatever it took to make it happen.
Yeah. And if you really think about it, I mean, if you really think about human sexuality, now I'm not talking about the actual mechanics of procreation. That's totally different. Like it's a normal, but our sexuality is a complete construct in our own minds of our own mechanics and physicality and our imaginations. It's a great synthesis of everything. I mean, if you really think about a kiss, just a kiss. A kiss is kind of a weird thing to do if you really think about it. I'm talking about from a biological standpoint. A kiss is a weird thing. When you kiss someone, whoever you want to kiss, think about anyone. Who do you want to kiss? I don't care. Think about it. I don't care whether you, whoever it is.
Who do we want to kiss?
No, but I mean, in terms of, it doesn't matter what your gender is, what your identity is. Like you kiss somebody. There's a level because of the way we're physically constructed, the way our eyes are, the mouths, our bodies. When you kiss someone, it is a very intimate, because we are not people you're not used to, depending on what cultures you live in.
Yes.
You know, to have somebody actually touch your body in any way, shape, or form is a big deal. It's a big deal. And as the woman that ran my summer camp that I went to, she was very against public displays of affection of us 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds. She would say that a kiss is an upper persuasion to a lower invasion. which she might have been approved, but I'm like, that's a great fucking line. I'm like, okay. And she's right. Because if you really think about it, if you're a good kisser, and by the way, a guy just can't be a good kisser. You need to have, it's reciprocity. It's like a tango. You need to dance. By the way, if you haven't seen Tango Shalom, it's available on VOD. Anyway, but a kiss, and I'll tell you something. Now, let me ask you this.
Yes, Robert.
If a man kisses you, I think you know in the first couple of moments, seconds, if they're a good kisser, and if they're a good kisser, that means that they know, you would think, it's at least it's a little bit of evidence that they know more about, there's more there to be uncovered. So wouldn't you say that a kiss is really important?
It is important, but there are also men out there who get very nervous, you know, like the first time when you're with them. Yeah. And, you know, different things happen. I wanted to read this bit here where Silver Kino Gary says, before I had a child, I didn't give a shit about things. Now I do. And it makes me appreciate the good more, like pop culture from the 80s and 90s. And I'm sad to see how things are now. But he also said, that's not the one I wanted to read first. Having a child changed my perspective on all things altogether and made me want to do better things. I kind of really like that. And also, the other thing I was going to say is that Midnight's Edge said that they did have a different topic. It had to do with the percentage of difference of Star Trek, 24% different or 25%.
Oh yeah. Well, that's been a long time
Different.
conversation. Yeah.
Yes. And the final thing that I was going to say is Lynch Design said that he ordered the Rick character for The Walking Dead from 3-0.
Yep, 3-0. They have the license, then they did a great job with it. I don't have any of their figures, but
the young Yoda has joined us. He's here tonight. And also there was one other one which I just want to go on to here. Yes. Captain Penis says, I want to kiss my reflection.
I'm sure you do.
But
I've been trying to do that my whole life.
Getting back to what you were saying, Robert, yes, of course. That's one of the things I think when you were talking about, how you've lived your life and did you feel that your life, you'd reach those milestones? And I think that level of intimacy is very important. And I think that is something that a lot of people desire and need. And, if anything, this past year has taught us that when you are on your own like that, it's not healthy. There are a lot of people who, this is their only outlet, for a long time. And in New York here, we're seeing cases going up, and they're talking about delaying people coming back to the office again. And, this uncertainty that's there. And, it's really made me rethink a lot of how you have intimate contact with people. Even seeing somebody and giving them a hug, Robert, we were unable to do that for so long.
Oh, yeah.
That, even now when I hug someone, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm hugging someone.
I totally, and I totally, when I was watching the new Sex and the City, it's post-pandemic and it's very interesting to see the way they do it. But I want to address something. I can't pronounce this correctly.
Yes. Can I see it? Or?
Yeah, it's in the chat. Uchiha Geishi asks, how much tongue? That is the question. Well, I have an answer. I have an answer to that. First of all, there shouldn't be any tongue when you start.
Right.
No tongue. No tongue in the kiss. As a matter of fact, this is just me. I'm giving a good kiss. A first good kiss is not in movies. You don't crush your face against someone. If you're with somebody and you have a great night and your first kiss, your lips should barely touch theirs. It's almost as if there's just a breath between you. Your lips barely graze because it's a dance. You have to see where you're at, and you have to allow your partner to either come toward you or go away. And if they go away, then you either go with that or you withdraw. It's like the field of battle. And if you kiss somebody, and the kiss has to be very light. And if there's reciprocity, then it's a little bit more. And when you kiss and it becomes a thing, your tongue becomes a tool where, and by the way you wield your tongue, you better be a Jedi fucking Knight with your tongue when you're kissing a girl for the first time. Let me tell you, you do not thrust or parry. What you do is the tip of your tongue finds, again, the same thing. The tip of your tongue must be very light, very delicate, like a butterfly, like fucking Muhammad Ali. And if you can find the tip of the tongue of your partner, that's where you begin, and you allow your partner to lead the way. You you stick your tongue down a girl's throat, you have fucking lost. You know why? Because if you don't, you have nothing more to offer her.
Right.
And like I said, a kiss is an upper persuasion to a lower invasion. I learned that from an old woman that owned the summer camp that I went to for years. The Flying Horseshoe Ranch. There is a Grand Dude Ranch down in Teanaway Valley where my lonely heart will trouble me no more. She had no idea that her advice, well, all the way back to a 69, she never would have thought. She just wanted to dissuade us from heavy petting. She didn't, just so you know.
Well, 69 would be, way down the line here. At least I would think so.
Well,
but
especially when you're 12 years old at summer camp. You haven't quite got... Well, nowadays you would, because you've already watched it on fucking Pornhub, but whatever,
Charlie the Unicorn says, don't kiss on the first date. And Mark O'Brien says, not too much. You go with the flow. The Young Yoda says, no tongue on the first date. And Michael Elliott says, venom tongue.
Okay, first of all, guys, don't limit yourselves. It's a very fluid situation. Don't limit yourself. What you should really be thinking about, don't worry about tongue, don't worry about sex, don't worry about any of those things. Worry about your date. Pay attention to your date.
Yes.
Who is the person you're with? What you want to do is you want to find a connection to them as a person. All the other stuff, forget about all that shit. Don't think about sex. Don't think about kissing. Don't think about any of that shit. Think about the person you're with.
Yes.
Talk to them. And you know what? Everything else is organic. It will grow out of that. If you're with somebody and you have a great connection with them, everything will take care of itself. No, not to say that you still got to bring your finesse game, people. Don't fuck it up. But don't just concentrate on the person that you are with. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Don't think about yourself. That's it. Let it go from there.
And I think 200 Watt Studio sent in a super chat. I don't know.
He did. Yes. Actually, before that, Stomach Shave says, A, for you and the expression being groovy or being in the groove is an expression that came out of jazz. Absolutely. There are two theories on its origin. The first is the needle being in the groove of the LP. That's I would believe that. The second is going down on your lady. Which is it?
Oh.
Wow. Okay. Well, hang on. So, okay. I would say being in the groove. I mean, first of all, here's my thing. I would say it would be more about the record. Because the idea of talking about a woman and calling it the groove is not something that I've ever colloquially heard about, and I've heard every colloquial, but it's not. A groove is a groove. It's not malleable. It doesn't move based on, and I would say being in the groove, I would like to believe it comes out of a record. The record. Especially because records, when jazz was really being popularized in the 20s and 30s, you had records were like new wax, being in the groove, and they were grooves. The whole thing was you'd put a big giant needle down and it had to be in the groove. So I would say it would be records. And although then Madonna, get into the groove.
That's right.
So maybe I'm wrong, but I would say at the time, euphemistically, I want to go with the records at the dawn of jazz. Because no way did Madonna define that. And by the way, I wouldn't think of it as a groove because sometimes it's not a groove. Sometimes it's something different.
Sometimes it's a feeling.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. 200 Watt Studio sends in a super chat and says, Kirk was a great character. Bravado. Well-read, pragmatic, curious, was also a leader. He was in command of others and appreciated other people's skills. Burnham is not a leader. She's the one in charge. By the way, honest to God, if you watch this 4th episode of Discovery, I mean, I don't understand. Honestly, I have to say.
Oh boy, you're actually getting a headache, aren't you?
No,
Robert?
I just look what happens in the 4th episode of Discovery. I just don't understand. it Michael Burnham would insinuate herself in any situation and figure out a way to make it about her. And I here's the thing. She's a fictional character that's being written by people. And what I find so fascinating is I'm like, who thinks she's a good character? I feel like the people that are writing these episodes, they want to be Michael Burnham. And I feel like each Discovery episode is the writer of that episode working out their own Cirrus through the Michael Burnham character. And it's so weird. Like, she's the most
self-insertion, you mean?
Well, I mean, I don't even think it's self-insertion because they're just writing what they think should happen. Mm-hmm. And it's not based on any, like, when I watch Star Trek Discovery, I feel like none of the human characters act like they're actually in a real world situation. I keep waiting for, like, okay, one of the great things about, like, Star Trek novelists is they extrapolate. They're like, okay, if this is true, then this, and this must be true. And then they'll write that. They'll be like, okay, I presuppose this about what I saw in some episode, and I'm going to extrapolate an entire world based on an incident we saw in a fleeting moment of an episode from the 60s. And the novelists will extrapolate on it and make it good. I feel like modern Star Trek, they have no conception of anything. They just write what they feel and impose it onto the character. And I feel like there's nothing in Star Trek Discovery that makes me think these characters, knowing the world they're in, have any understanding of real life at all. That's just me.
No, I understand how you feel, and this is another example of something to deal with when we were talking about living life to the fullest, and what makes life worthwhile and things of that nature. Sometimes we do have our favorite IPs disappoint us. This is something we have to deal with, and we need this forum to kind of talk it out and just the frustration of it all, Robert. And
I agree.
I'm sorry.
Okay, by the way, this is a good one. I can't wait to hear you respond to this. Randall Graves sends in a tip and says, I always go ass to mouth on the first date to the 300th. Now, I don't know what that means, but I would say, Randall, first of all, I can appreciate all of that, but on the first date, again, you got to bring your finesse game. If you're going ass to mouth on the first date, I think you go too far. I think it's too far. And also, you got to trust somebody first. There's a level of trust there. You can't, if no stone is left unturned after the first date, where are you going to go from there?
I mean, while it's great it is, obviously we're talking about intimate acts with adults, and, this is oral sex that we're talking about, but, it's anal. Whatever you like to do with your partner. Some people don't like it, some people love it. This is just one of the other things that I think, although I didn't say it specifically, but I think we're on the same page, is that having that intimacy with somebody is also something that I know makes my life fulfilling. I mean, that would be one of the things that I have to have.
I'm all about that, and I think Randall has the right attitude. I'm all like, all right. But on the first date, you want to, like, I think that it goes along with a kiss. You can't. I've had some amazingly just really filthy, dirty first dates that were fantastic. And but on the other hand, the next morning you wake up, even if it's great, it's like, okay, well, then what do you do then? Like,
well, yeah.
Let's go to breakfast. Let's go to Starbucks after my tongue was in your ass. I mean, should I brush my teeth first? What do you want me to do?
Before you do something like this kind of a hookup, first date hookup, if you do something like this, there should be certain questions that you should be asking them, like that. Like, after we do this, should I go home? Or, after this happens, do you want to see me again? Or, what do you want to do after this? Do you like this? There are questions that you should be asking before you do that, so you don't have that uncomfortable morning when you wake up in a somewhat vulnerable state.
Yeah, and also, Randall, come on. I mean, as much as ass to mouth can be enjoyable and fun and sexy on the first date, I mean, you don't want to go 0 to 60 right away. You're gonna blow your engine. Work up to it.
I like that metaphor, Robert.
Play that finesse game, man. I mean, it's. I don't think anyone should be going ass to mouth on the first date, to be honest.
Mikey Lito says, "Cue the Different Strokes theme."
There you go. That's on Mikey. Mikey's a smart dude. By the way, I did tweet out his review of West Side Story. First of all, Mikey is and I can't say one of my favorites because that's not right. You're all my favorites, but Mikey is one of the people that I would never have known if this channel didn't exist. But I feel that my life has been enriched and made better by knowing him, and I do appreciate his opinion, and especially because we share a love of Tick, Tick, Boom. And of course, I didn't love In the Heights as much as he did, but I respect why he did. And he did go see West Side Story tonight.
He has, yes.
And I mean, he is a voice to be reckoned with and listened to. And his aunt, Polly Murray, if anyone has not seen My Name is Polly Murray, it's been burning up actually the industry crowd. It's been mentioned a lot on Deadline Hollywood.
Yes.
It's on Amazon, and I think it's a documentary of note that you should check out. And I'm not just saying that. I would, if I didn't even know Mikey, I would say watch this documentary. It's very much worth your time.
I agree. I've seen the documentary and I loved it. I think that Pauli Murray is an extraordinary American who has had a profound effect on American history and civil rights. It's such a wonderful, thing that they did in showing Pauli Murray's life and the contributions that were made by Pauli Murray. It's a must see for anyone who wants to be enriched, learn about American history, and honestly learn about someone who is a very good American and an excellent role model in the United States.
Yeah, and a collision of different, all kinds of different social areas, not someone easy to pin down. Which is really great.
No, certainly not someone easy to pin down. And something else that I did want to mention, it's also mentioned in the documentary about My Name is Pauli Murray, is that Pauli Murray's letters and documents, which Pauli Murray kept meticulously everything in her life, is I think at the Schlesinger Library. I could be wrong. It's either at Yale or at one of those Ivy League schools.
Yeah.
And so we have everything. We have all that information on this incredible person in a way that you would have on a president or on a famous politician. And we have that with Pauli Murray, and that's what's so fantastic. We got this documentary, but I think there will be more things to come when it comes to learning more about Pauli Murray's life. So that is also excellent to think about. Perhaps a movie, I guess that's what I'm trying to say, a drama or something.
I think absolutely. I mean, it's one of the things I watched King Richard the other day with Elizabeth.
Yes.
And I loved it. I mean, I loved Will Smith's performance. I felt uplifted from the whole thing, and I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a terrific film. Mm-hmm. And My Name is Pauli Murray also made me feel that way. I mean, what I thought was really great about that film was here's a person, and Mikey, I'm not going to speak to say I know your aunt. I mean, all I can say is I watched the documentary, but I love people that know who they are and are true to themselves. And they they do what they do not for any other reason than that's who they are. That's what they feel. That's their mission in life, in a way. And it's a really uplifting piece of work. And she was, or they, or I don't even know what to say. You know, all I know is that Mikey says, Polly was my aunt. So, how do you define that? All I can go by is what Mikey says. And his aunt was an extraordinary human being, and an amazing American and an amazing person. So that was great, really, really good. Michael Elliott,
Yes.
who I love, says, "Hey Rob and good evening. Yes. Who is your singer of choice for groove making? Barry White, Sade, Elvis?"
I listen to EDM.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, to me, I mean, I can only say, when I was in high school, the album that was on constant rotation in my car when I got, the bump chicka bump, was Prince's 1999.
That's an excellent choice.
And it was not side one. It was sides 2, 3, and 4. So side 2, you had DMS. You had Let's Pretend We're Married in DMSR,
right?
And then you had like All the Critics Love You in New York, International Lover, Lady Cab Driver, and what was so great about that was when you're a kid, time stretched, having a double album. You got like 60 minutes, 75 minutes. It was all good, so you could take your time. You couldn't be. And for me, I got to tell you, I mean, Prince's 1999. Now that was, to be honest, high school. College was different. College things changed. A lot of different kind of music, but my go-to. But now I wouldn't do that. Now I would not. Like, as you get older, people are. They're not going to be like, let's pretend we're married. Go on, because people are already married.
Yeah, right.
Can you relate?
Yes.
I'm not trying to be nasty. I mean, Prince actually says this in the song. He says, "I'm not trying to be nasty, but I sincerely want to fuck the taste out of your mouth. Can you relate?" Well, nowadays, yeah, people can. They're like, I've been married. I get it. I do all kinds of things. So, but when you're in high school, that was fucking dope. It was great. I'm like, I love Prince. International lover, let me take you around the world. Yes, please do. Nowadays, I don't even know. Like, what do you like? What would you play? Like, let me ask you, if you're going to be seduced now, like tonight, today, what music, or if any, maybe you don't want music. Maybe you just want to hear the breath of your lover in your ear. Do you want to hear it's like
Yeah, I want to hear EDM, but I should mention to you that a lot of the electronic dance music that I listen to has sampled music from old like R&B music.
Sure. Yeah.
And so a lot of the sounds and a lot of the comments and singing and hooks are from, classic R&B songs. So I'm just re-listening to that R&B, just remixed, remastered,
right,
into something that's maybe a little bit faster, or sends a message and has a cool beat to it, a little bit faster or a more intense beat, but it is still in the same spirit as the original songs in a way.
It's funny because I think about all the music that the sexy time music of my youth. And there were albums, there was a one-off album that I loved called One Dove. Mm-hmm. I want to say it's Morning Light Dove or Morning Light, I love that. I love David Sylvian. It was very eclectic, very, very, I was very much an alternative Brit pop, techno, EDM, electronica, yet still Dead Can Dance. Depends. I mean, if you were with a goth chick and you throw on some Dead Can Dance, like Aeon, their album Aeon, it was like, all right, it was all good. But
yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, now I have no idea. Like like people our age or my age, I'm like, I don't fucking know. Like,
I still listen to EDM.
no, I do too. I love I mean, I listen to electronica. I listen to like I have a on Spotify. I have a playlist, a soundtrack playlist that's like 8 hours long,
Yes.
and there's all kinds of music on it. And people have written to me, they're like, I don't understand this. I'm like, well, you're not supposed to. It's supposed to just jump around. It to
That's
me,
right.
to me, like it's an eclectic. It's not even like when I used to make like, oh, check this out. This is very interesting. So a friend of mine, I used to make mixtapes. This is a mixtape. This is a mixtape I made for my friend Taylor.
Okay.
And he said, you gave this to me 35 years ago.
Wow.
Now, you can't see it, but here's a mixtape. Taylor goes to techno hell.
Yeah,
you can't see it. So now what I used to do is I was a huge 12-inch remix guy. And I would make mixtapes. So here's the list of the mixtapes. I would put quotes from movies. So I had my lasers player, and I would have 12 inches and do remixes. Yes. So this remix tape was done on Halloween, 1987. Now I don't. It says the side A. I have written it. The greatest dance tunes in history. So here is now. Keep in mind, I don't know because I don't even have a cassette deck. Although I use Denon tapes, I only use the highest quality cassette tapes when I made my mixtapes.
Those were pricey.
Yeah, I spent some real money when I made my mixtape.
Heavier. It felt like a heavier tape.
Oh yeah, no, these are. So let me read you. So here is these are all 12-inch remixes. Okay, so they were very long. So here's this Taylor Goes to Techno Hell here's side A. Tainted Love, Where Did Our Love Go? Soft Cell. Erotic City, Prince.
Yeah.
Why Can't I Be You? Why Can't I? The 8-minute version, The Cure. Oh Yeah, Yellow. Rock Lobster, the B-52s. Frankie Goes to Hollywood's Relax.
Yes.
And What You Need, In Excess.
Excellent selection.
That was side one. Side two was, of course, Blue Monday, but this was 87, so it was not the Quincy Jones remix. So it'd be the original 12-inch. Blue Monday, New Order. It's a Sin by the Pet Shop Boys. Walk Like an Egyptian by the Bangles. Bela Lugosi's Dead by Bauhaus.
Oh, wow.
Strange Love by Depeche Mode. Like a Virgin by Madonna, and Sex by Berlin. You know what? I might not have gone with this choice now, but at the time, on Halloween night in 1987, well, here was the mixtape I made, and my friend Taylor goes, I found this. I've had it. Like, this mixtape is 34 years old. He probably hasn't played it, and I can't imagine what the quotes are in between the songs. So there you go. That's what I was thinking.
That's a great mixtape, Robert. And I did also want to ask you, we do have another super chat, but I did also want to ask you, since we were talking about the new Spider-Man movie, what are you looking forward to? What are some of the things you're looking forward to seeing in the new film?
Well, here's the funny thing. Like, as a long time, like, lifelong comic book fan, one of the very first things I loved in comic books was the Justice League of America with DC, not even Marvel. But every year, when they would publish Justice League comics, they would have a crossover with Earth 2, the multiverse Earth. And because in the World War II era, there were all these different heroes, in the DC universe after the Flash of Two Worlds, there were two different universes in the DC universe. There was our universe with the modern Justice League, and there was the Justice Society that was like 30 years behind us. So, and then once a year they would cross over. Mm-hmm. I loved that shit when I was a kid. I loved it. So there would be like two Supermans, and one would have like gray hair, and there would be the Jay Garrick Flash or the Barry Allen Flash, and there would be Our Man, and I love that. I love so the idea of the multiverse is pretty cool. Now I cannot deny that the idea of seeing the Sandman and Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus and the Lizard. Yes. I love all that. The Sinister Six, call it what you want. As a longtime comic book fan, it's fun. So that is cool. But on the other hand, the thing about Spider-Man, the reason he's the most popular of all the Marvel comic characters is because he's us. We are Spider-Man. All of us. We're the normal, everyday people that were imbued with the powers of a radioactive spider.
Yes.
So all of us we are Spider-Man. And so the Spider-Man character is the proxy for us as the audience. And I love the idea that all the possibilities of our lives, all the myriad possibilities of the multiverse. And I do like the idea that the Marvel Cinematic Universe has they're not doing the Infinity Saga yet, but we're getting this multiverse saga that began I think it began with J. Jonah Jameson in Far From Home, but I think we're getting because that took place after the blip. 7 months after the blip. So whatever's been going on with the multiverse has been going on. I don't think it was just Peter Parker. It's WandaVision. It's this whole thing. And like comic books, we're getting a mini series through multiple beginning in January of 2021 with WandaVision. The multiverse is going to go on to the multiverse of madness, but then we've got Kang and all this. But I do think it'll get tied off. I think it'll be a mini saga within a much larger saga, because it just gets too. Once you have the multiverse, there are no stakes unless you do it well. So I'm really curious to see how it's all going to work out. And it really, if you go back to it, it really started with the Into the Spider-Verse, the animated show. I just hope that. I want it to be character-based and focused. All this epic stuff doesn't matter if the characterizations aren't there, because no one will care. It'll be like being at a concert when you're sitting up. Like when I saw Muse at the Staples Center, I was so high up that the music I knew so well was just it was a sludge. Because the sound was echoing. I'm like, it sounds terrible. I hate that. And I don't want that. I don't want the movie to just be sludge.
Well, do you think we're going to learn anything new about Spider-Man in this?
No.
It's okay.
No, other than the fact, I think, and that's a problem. I think ultimately this is this is a plot-driven. It's like the best of both worlds when the Borg show up and Picard's taken away. It's all about the spectacle. That's what they're going for, and that's fine. It's a third movie, and they'll pull it back. But I do think it's all about. But again, I don't know. I can tell you in 6 days when I see it. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think that a lot of critics have said that they hoped that this particular movie would have a happy ending, and they said that it wasn't necessarily the ending that they had hoped for the character. And that has me worried in a sense, because, it would be nice, like what you said, where he could kind of just go back to his neighborhood and kind of just be your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. But I don't think we're going to get that. And, I'm curious as to how this approach is going to be for him. The character. I want him to be happy. I want him to have be happy with this. That's what I want. So I have a little different approach.
No, but
That's how I think about Spider-Man.
a very valid approach. I like that. By the way, this is a really good question.
Yes.
Anthony Gonzalez sends in a tip and says, if we can discuss actual Star Trek for a moment, not Discovery,
Yes.
answer this one. The better episode, now he's talking about the pilot here of both Star Trek Voyager and Star Trek Deep Space Nine. He says, answer this one. The better episode is The Caretaker, which is the Voyager pilot, or The Emissary. I'm torn on this one.
I'm torn too. I mean, I think that they're both good, but Deep Space Nine is my favorite series.
Okay, first of all,
Trek.
one, that's why I love you. But I have to say I have a very strong opinion about this. I think The Emissary is the best modern pilot, and between Next Gen and Counter Farpoint, The Emissary, Caretaker, and Broken Bow, which is Enterprise.
Yes.
I think that The Emissary is by far the best modern Star Trek pilot because, one, it deals with very heady science fiction concepts. You're dealing with the prophets and all that, but it's personal. You're dealing with the journey of one man's personal. It begins with a personal tragedy. He loses his wife, and he's now a single father. He's a widower, and he's repositioned to a place, Bajor, Terok Nor, that's been renamed Deep Space Nine. He's in a place that isn't great. He doesn't dig it. And
he questions that he may be punished even in this assignment, right?
Absolutely, and he has that great moment with Picard, who he blames for killing his wife, even though he knows that he was under control.
But it's so good.
It's a very personal story, and I think that by far that Star Trek Deep Space Nine, the pilot Emissary, is it's not just one of the great Star Trek pilots, it's one of the great science fiction pilots, because when you finally are dealing with the wormhole aliens, the Bajoran prophets, the out of time, it's really great. And the entire episode focuses, and what's interesting is you meet all these characters, but it's a very personal story about him, and then the series expands outward from that.
Yes.
And because you have that knowledge of who he is and what he is, the rest of the series eventually works. And I think it's audacious. I think it's brilliant. Caretaker was cool, but it's more of it's a Star Trekian story. We were whisked away from the... Whereas Deep Space Nine was personal.
Yes.
You know, and it was really about one man and one man's journey and discovery in a 2-hour episode. So, Anthony, by the way, great fucking question.
It was a great question, and he, Cisco is very special, and there's absolutely, I don't think there has been another character like him.
No.
And the other thing that I think is kind of interesting. Obviously, the relationships in Deep Space Nine are fantastic. The way that everything was presented, bringing in characters from the next generation, doing all these sorts of incredible things. But when I think about the one thing that I always question about it, I'm not disappointed in it. Like I've accepted it, is Odo not being able to be with Kira. And I always
that was later, though.
It was, yes, this is true. And I'm not talking about the pilot as the question had presented. I always question why they couldn't be together. And I guess I felt like the Dominion, kind of, he needed to go back to them. He needed that. Yeah, he did. And that's okay. This is who he is. But I also felt that he found love with Kira. And I kind of wanted them to be together. And she's the one who brought them, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally 100% agree with you.
But I mean, I feel like once they separated, like it felt very finite to me. And it almost felt like, they would never see each other again. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. Like, who knows? But I felt like that was the case.
Well, yeah, I have to say that one of the reasons, I'm a huge, even though I've been told by Paramount Licensing that I am persona non grata. I am a huge proponent and big fan of the Star Trek novel series. Mm-hmm. And they did a fantastic job of doing a post-Deep Space Nine series look at Deep Space Nine and all the characters. Wonderfully done. I mean, really, really good.
So I need to read that.
Well, there's a lot of books. There's a lot. It's 20 years of continuity. But it's great. And I have to say what it's so frustrating to me about the Star Trek franchise. It's been turned over to people that just don't know much about it. And yet they're in charge because they've made TV, and I it's maddening to be like, well, wait a minute, you guys, you're doing this and you're doing that. Why are you doing this? And what's really interesting is all the people that actually do know about the franchise and have carried it on continuity-wise for years, and the novelists are at the forefront of that, but no one, by the way, I'm going to drop my interview with Diane Duane next week, who's one of my favorite Star Trek novelists. She talks a lot about this. Those people are one of them, David Mack, one of my favorite novelists, is a consultant on Discovery and Picard. But here's the funny thing. David Mack has written amazing Star Trek novels for 20 years. And on Lower Decks and Prodigy, he's just a consultant with people that have not written novels. And it's just, I'm like, okay, you've got a man on your staff that knows more about Star Trek by 10 times more about Star Trek than you know, and he's only your consultant. He should be running your writer's room. But the thing about it is that they don't care. There's no thought that there's this continuity. The books don't matter. The comics don't matter. Nothing matters. Only, and my whole thing is that the people currently making Star Trek are trashing their mythology. They're rewriting this long-standing mythology willy-nilly. And I'm like, who the fuck are you to do that? How have you earned? I understand you are doing new Star Trek, but the people writing it don't know classic Star Trek, so they figure I can just do this stuff. But they're making these huge, sweeping changes. It would be like somebody going, "Oh, we're going to do Lord of the Rings now, and let's just change everything." And why? Not only why would you do that? Why would your corporate minders allow you to do it? Well, they would, because no one knows. Because Star Trek is looked at as, who cares? Why would it matter? Well, it does matter. God damn it. 200 Watt Studio. 200 Watt Studio says, to answer your question, Rob, after a rear end tongue night, that's more of a Denny's morning.
Yes, but only go to Denny's if it's the two of you. Do not go with a group the next morning.
First of all,
if you're a man, don't bring your friends with you to breakfast with the woman you were with the night before. Don't ever do that.
Yeah, I agree. And first of all, can I just say, a rear end tongue night, first of all, never define the night you're going to have. Mm-hmm. You know, if you're with somebody, you're with all of them.
Yes.
You know, don't annex parts of their bodies or whatever.
Keep
if you're
an
together,
open mind.
Yeah, if you're with somebody, just go with the flow. Go with the flow. And
someone actually said that in the in the chat.
Well, that's good. That's good, because it's like, look, for me, it all begins with a kiss. That's it. And you see where the kiss takes you, and it becomes a thing from there. You see where you're going to go. Yeah. And I'll be like, take it as far as you want to go, but remember, you know, sometimes you don't have to jump the Grand Canyon in one night.
No. No, you don't have to. Mikey Lito says RM wants Spider-Man to be happy and then have the Prime Celestial explode the planet.
You know what? That's why she's on this Midnight Metal show, because that's fucking metal, Mike. It's fucking metal.
It's true. I still want to see it just burst out of the. I mean, that scene where it starts to like in the Eternals when the Earth starts to move around because the Celestial is coming out. Oh, it's so exciting. That just
the ultimate cosmic orgasm. All of us die at once as the Celestial emerges. Emilio Hansen says, "I found you in Dieter on Spotify. You are famous." Yes, I mean, I have to say, if I made this channel, which I should, coming on season 4, I should at least for like 6 months put my all into it. But we did put up a lot of the shows as podcasts, and it's been very sporadic over the last 6 months. It's kind of stopped, but as audio podcasts, so we've done that. So yeah, we were on Spotify. We were on all podcasts. I still can be. I just have to upload them. It's just extra work. I want to do that. Tom Jr. Jackson says, "When will the PGS All Stars be released?" I know. I'm so remiss. I'm sorry. It's all on me, man. It's we got episodes, PGS All Stars. We've got Trek
Set to
episodes,
Stun.
Set to Stuns coming. You know what? I've got to do it because they're good. They're good. Has done a good job. Scotty and Mr. Foley, they've done a great job. So I will put them out all this month.
And I have more, Robert, to give you. I'm just waiting for you to.
I'll put them all up. I'm sorry. I apologize. I mean, I've still got 2 episodes of the Designing Hollywood podcast that I recorded that I'm still the Janty Yates episode, which I'm proud of, went up. It was tough, but I mean, she did all of Ridley Scott's work. I can't believe, I have to tell you, people laugh. They're like, "Do we have to watch another Designing Hollywood podcast promo?" But
Yes.
I'm really proud of those episodes. I'm really proud of those conversations. I mean, I'm being able to talk to like the top costume designers in Hollywood.
Yes.
Like there are no better people.
And
I mean,
she did Marilyn Vance designed for Die Hard.
Oh my God. I mean, Marilyn Vance, who, it's so funny because I can't believe that Martika Ibarra and Marilyn Vance, I cannot believe that I'm actually doing work for them. It's so, and by the way, Marilyn Vance is a very accomplished painter, which I didn't know. You know, I've been over their house where they got work hanging. She has work hanging up. It's so funny to me because costume designers are a world unto themselves, and
Yes.
I've done lots of DVD special editions and special features, but to be able to talk to them, I'd only really talk to a few, like people like Louise Mingenbach, who work for for Bryan Singer, and amazing. But the stuff that the people they're so great. I've had so much fun doing that podcast, and I know people are like, "What podcast is that? It's not on the Burnettwork. It's not my thing." I've been afforded the great opportunity to interview people, and for me, I'm like, this is amazing. And here's the thing: this is terrible. So Philip Boutet and he's another interviewer on the show. We're supposed to interview the costume designer of Star Trek Discovery.
Really?
Together.
When?
Now, like next week. And here's the thing. They don't know. And I feel it's like when I was going to interview David Mack about Star Trek Coda, David Mack wrote me he wrote a 24 novel and made me a character. And I've been singing the praises of David Mack's Star Trek novels for a decade at least. And I asked him, I said, "Hey man, can I interview you about Coda? I'm so excited about it. It's so good." And I said to him, I go, you should check. And I did read what was the response. I said, "You should check. Don't do it. I don't want you to get in trouble." And I'm like, I love his Star Trek novels. Love them. I love the Star Trek novel franchise. I've been buying them for so many years. But according to CBS, I can't interview someone who's involved with Star Trek that I love if I hate the bullshit they're making for tens of millions of dollars, which is fine.
That's interesting.
Yeah. By the way, the Star Trek Coda trilogy is fucking amazing. And the last book, of which I've now read twice, is insane. I mean, there's a 200-page action sequence that intercuts between the end of all things. It's just, you read it, I mean, I'm like, wow.
Now, wasn't Mikey Lito also reading that book?
Yeah.
Or he read it and wanted to get your opinion? Dennis Mason says, ask Rob which novel, Trek specifically, would make the best movie, and I'll write the script.
Well, that's a very hard question. I mean, because the classic series novels, which I think are great, you can't make them. You can't make them into films. But if someone asked me, okay, Rob, Rob, you're always talking about the Star Trek novels. Which one would you adapt first? I would say, okay, there is one. There's actually two. And one of them, if you want to bring William Shatner back to play Kirk, I know he's 90. But if there was one you could bring back, I would say William Shatner's own novel that he wrote with the Reeves Stevens called The Ashes of Eden. Mm-hmm. That would be the first thing I would go for. With the new cast in the Kelvin universe, I would adapt another novel by the same authors, Judith and Garfield, Reeves Stevens, Prime Directive, which was set in the Enterprise's 5th year. Mm-hmm. I think it was interesting because I actually talked to Robert Orsi, who wrote Star Trek 09 with Alex Kurtzman. I talked to him about this book, and he said, well, you know, the cast is too young, we couldn't do it. And I'm like, yeah. Now you could, though. So I would adapt Prime Directive. I mean, the Star Trek franchise has so much rich material that you could mine. The idea that they're hiring these characters, and look, I don't mean to be disparaging with people in the industry. I don't. And anyone who has a job which is great. But these are people that shouldn't be writing Star Trek. They can write other shows. But God damn, it's frustrating.
Well, Simon has is it Simon, the next super chat? He has very
Simon's in yes. Simon says, Robin, go for it. Tell us the worst episode in each Star Trek series, from TOS to Prodigy. Haha. Well, that's a tall order, man.
That is a lot. And honestly, my answer would be that there's 2 series that had some episodes I didn't like, and that would be The Next Generation and the one with Janeway. Voyager. There was maybe a few episodes for each of those series that I didn't care for, but other than that, I can't say I would give them like necessarily a thumbs down. I wouldn't do that. Look, modern Trek, I'm not even going to comment on.
I mean, I wouldn't even go into that because I don't even. First of all, look, the original Star Trek has one of the worst hour-long episodes of televised science fiction ever made, which is a show called "And the Children Shall Lead." Mm-hmm. It is god awful. I'll say this: my beloved, the original series, also produced one of the worst televised episodes of science fiction ever, and more so than Spock's Brain. And The Children Shall Lead is one of the worst hour-long episodes of televised science fiction of all time. Mm-hmm. And it's from my beloved original series. So I'm not somebody who's beyond criticism. In terms of like Next Generation, I would say things like Home Soil from the first season, or Night Terrors, or something like people are like, well, Rob, what about Sub Rosa? I'm like, you know what? I thought, Beverly Crusher falling in love with an orgasmic ghost was really horrible. But you know what? When I saw the actual high definition version when it was delivered to us, I'm like, it's pretty good. So, how bad can it be? But
I'm sorry, Robert. There was an interesting episode where Janeway and Chakotay are on a planet and they kind of de-evolve, if you will.
Yeah, Threshold.
And then they mate.
Yep.
And then
yeah, not great Star Trek. I mean, it's. But you know what's really interesting about that episode? It's completely outlandish and probably pretty terrible, but it's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Kind of.
And also, one other thing that in Voyager, a lot of this is coming back because I watched it when it first came out, and I haven't watched as many episodes since then, but I have gone back occasionally. They kind of like have this interaction with an alien species, but the alien species cannot. They purposefully change the corporal form of the alien species so they can have communications with one another.
Yeah, because
that alien species was so far or different from, let's say our human form that there would be no correspondence between the two of us.
Right.
So, but they explain that, like they let you know. And so you don't get suddenly where people are beaming onto a planet and it's a different person or some craziness that we saw. I guess it might have been season 2 of Discovery, where people were being beamed down to a planet and then they suddenly were appearing as a different person. And someone did explain it to me, what it was about. But I just felt that when they did it in that episode for Discovery, I had to actually turn off the TV because I said, this is too confusing.
It's bad.
It reminded me of the 3 Brads that you mentioned in the screenplay where they three people.
So Brad. So I have a question for you. I have 2 things. One, I need to go relieve myself, and I wanted to ask you to captain the show for a minute.
Oh, okay.
And
wow.
Two, I think because Lael has been he contacted me early on and said that he couldn't come on because he wasn't feeling well. But what if you and I? Do you have some time still?
I'd say like maybe 30 minutes.
Okay, 30 minutes. What if for the next 30 minutes we brought on viewers to talk to us?
Sure.
Randos.
Okay, let's do it.
Are you good? Okay, so I would say whoever's watching us now, for the 122 people who are live with us now, if you have a good camera and if you have a good microphone, I know a lot of you do, and I are going to bring you on to Midnight Metal. I just need like 2 or 3 minutes. Give me a chance.
Yes, go ahead and take care
I'm
of this,
I'm going to put you on front and center, and then we are going to send out the link into the chat, and we are going to bring on people onto the show to talk to me.
Yes.
And
yes.
But you have to be, first of all, if you're disrespectful, you are 86. You are airlocked. You are spaced. You're out.
That is right. That's right.
So, take it away.
Yes. So I see in the chat, Tim Hand says that it was the Threshold episode. It was actually Janeway and Tom Paris. Was it Tom? I thought it was Chakotay. Giving birth to baby salamanders. So I may have gotten that one wrong, but for some reason I thought it was Chakotay. Yes, Charlie the Unicorn says, get well, AL. We certainly did miss him tonight. Hopefully he does feel better soon. Michael Elliott says, does anyone remember Janeway was on a soap opera called Ryan's Hope? Yes, Michael, I do remember Ryan's Hope. It was a very popular soap opera in the, I guess, late 70s, early 80s into the 90s. And yes, she was on that. And, she was good on the soap opera. And it was great that she was cast as the captain of of Voyager. So I watched every single episode of Voyager as well. And also, what I was going to say is Mark Landy says Midnight Star Trek. Hi, Mark. And the young Yoda says, yes, it's Tom Paris. Okay, so I got that wrong. I don't know why I thought it was Chakotay. Lisa says she loves Janeway's voice, so silky. So that's also very interesting. And also here it says, let's see. I am the only person on here. 66 Starship Alien says, oh my God, Black Widow scene. My parrot just screamed, where's the bird? He loves birds, but this was a redback spider on my ceiling, highly poisonous venom. Cousin of the Black Widow, summer in Australia. Wow, that does sound very scary. Silver Kino Gary says, bad storytelling and wokeness has made life hard for costume designers and special effects artists that put a lot of work into things people don't like or want, sadly. I have to agree with you on that. And I think that we saw maybe a bit of that, or just this costume problem in the live action version of Cowboy Bebop, where, you know, the costumes kind of suffered, in my opinion, and didn't have the same enhancement to the characters that we saw in the anime. Hello, Robert.
Oh, hello there. Let me just come back. Am I back? Am I in? Okay, so
Yes.
kids, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you want to talk about your 69 experiences as far as Bill and Ted is concerned, or just talk to us, here's the opportunity. I don't think, have you and I ever had rando people on the show before?
Of course we have. We've done it tons of times.
Oh, yeah, I knew that.
We've
But
always
anyway,
invited a third person in, Robert.
I love you so much. But you know what? I always felt inadequate.
You shouldn't. You've always performed better than
But I just don't. I don't pack the firepower. You know, I'm more of a stealth. I'm a Walther PP gay guy. You know what I'm saying? Oh man, I'm just admitting so much stuff tonight. But anyway, I wield it well. It's fine. It's fine. Wait, what? What are we saying? What, Lorraine? What? Anyway, where were we? I don't know. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I'm going to put a link in the chat.
Yes.
And you're going to jump in, and we are going to bring people on to Midnight Metal. Midnight Metal. So here we go. It's in the live chat. By the way, you better be good, be respectful, be awesome. There it is. The live chat. There it is. We'll see who jumps in, and we will bring you on this show. We're gonna bring you into our intimate show tonight, and and I want to make sure that you're respectful, and we both know what we're all doing, and
that is great.
Our boundaries are respected. And by the way, our safe word is "fuck you." Just kidding. Should we bring on Stubble McShave?
Yes.
Oh, there we go. All right. Stubble McShave is here in the house. Now, hang on, Stubble. Don't say anything yet. I need to put you into the show. So, if you could just give me a minute. You speak, please. Give me some. Just keep talking while I make time.
As you all know, Stubble is a huge fan of the Robert Jordan series, Wheel of Time books, and I have been fortunate enough to be doing reviews of the live action series of Wheel of Time on my Positive Fandom channel. So if you want to see more of Stubble and I talking about the Wheel of Time and what a fantastic live action series this really has turned out to be, certainly do check that out on my channel, Positive Fandom.
It's funny. I have to say that Elizabeth was watching episode 6 and I was fucking pissed. I'm like, come on, man. You know, and it was really interesting because what's her face? You know, girl gone. Miori, I can't. The names. Moraine. She's like, it was frozen on. She's crying and she's in a palace and she's wearing a green outfit. I'm like, what the fuck? What the hell is going on, man? They're in the woods and the shit. So, please welcome Stubble McShave to Midnight Metal. Stubble! Are you feeling fucking metal tonight, bro?
Yeah. To me, it's morning.
Fuck yeah, dude! So fuck yeah, but you have to pretend. You have to pretend.
Well, it's morning here as well. It's 6 a.m.
Oh,
Come on, dude.
I've been up since yesterday. I've been up for like 36 hours. Sure.
Jesus
What?
Christ! So
Wait, what do you-
by the way, that's
why are you
pretty
up
metal.
36
Why are you up so
hours?
goddamn late?
No, but I'm just fooling with you. You know. No, but
Are you saying you want to join our 69 threesome or what's going on here? What are you saying?
well, it's a first.
I know you're
thing.
Swedish, so it doesn't matter. There's no mores in Sweden. It's like, hey, man, I get it. So let me ask you this. I gotta ask, since you're here. I mean, I didn't watch it because Elizabeth was watching it without me. Now that you've gone up to season 6, how are you feel? Because the one image I saw was interesting. How are you feeling now? You're 6 episodes into the show.
I think it was a bit of a shaky start in the first episode and the first 2 episodes, perhaps. But I think it's become much better, and I think episode 6 is my favorite. I don't know if it would be your favorite because I think I look at different things that what you do.
Well, no, I think, look, any show, I mean, the fact that it to me, it's been exponentially more interesting. I find the show, I think it's a beautiful show. I really like the characters. I really like the development, not knowing anything about it. I mean, that's not true because I've read the first book. But I really like it.
Yeah. Me too. Sure. Yeah.
Dude, you're the
Yeah,
only
and,
opinion. You're the only, as far as I'm concerned, on the planet Earth, no one's opinion matters more than yours. No one's.
I like the 6th episode because there was a lot of foreshadowing that I'm excited about for the future.
That ending was spectacular. I mean, that was so exciting. It really set up, like you said, just such an intriguing situation, especially if you are unfamiliar with what happens. It's really just fascinating.
Mm.
Yeah, but Rob isn't up to date, so.
Well, no, it's fine. I mean, to me, look, I'm beyond spoiling things because I've seen so many things in my life. It's not like, it's not like you didn't send me the first book. So, I mean, I find my only criticisms of the show have to deal more with production issues than the story, which I find delightful. I mean, usually I hate the writing. And in this show, the only thing I think betrays it is the production values.
Yeah.
And specifically the direction.
I thought the costumes were just so beautiful.
Oh, they're amazing. All the costumes, the color in the costumes are so great.
Yes. I just love it. I think the casting, is spot on.
Love it.
I think the character development has been amazing. The special effects for, some of the one power usage and other things that happen are also very, very nice.
Mm-hmm.
The relationships between the characters is really good. It's turning out to be something that really has captured my imagination, and I'm loving every minute of this series.
I keep thinking that my first Razor phone that I found, that's why I was talking, I feel like in the Wheel of Time series, this wouldn't be out of place. Like somebody might find this Razor phone and use it and be like, oh my God, you knew Rob Burnett? But
Robert, how many episodes have you watched, if you don't mind me
I'm
asking?
up to 4. I've watched 4, up through 4.
Mm-hmm.
So I have not watched 5 and 6.
Well, 4 was a great episode.
Great episode. No, it's really, I mean, for me, I found the whole thing to be very, very interesting. I mean, I've really enjoyed it. I love all the characters. I love the actors they've chosen, and I love the visual effects, and it's great. I actually think my only criticism of the show really is the way it's shot. I find the direction very pedestrian.
Well, where is the series? You know, where was the location for the series?
It was shot in Czechoslovakia, right?
Yeah, and in like 5 other countries, but mostly in Czechoslovakia.
It's beautiful. I mean, the locations are beautiful, and really, it was really good. But my only problem with the show is, you know, when you're working on a limited budget, there are tricks you can do to make it look more expensive. And the tricks are, especially with a show like Wheel of Time, is if you're shooting someone's face, I don't understand why they're not shooting the show in widescreen. You know, they're shooting it 16:9, so it fills the screen.
I didn't know that.
If you just watch it, you wouldn't know because it fills your screen. I would love to see it 2:3:5 or 2:3:9:1. And what you do is, like, you know, when you show somebody on a TV show, they're like, you show this. But if it's widescreen, you get in here, you know, and it just, you make it wider. It's a different aesthetic. Star Trek Discovery, hate to say it, but it's shot in widescreen. And there's a lot of shows that are. I'm surprised. I'm surprised, though, that Wheel of Time is not. And I think...
But Robert, does that mean that if we're seeing it in 16:9, does it definitely mean that it's absolutely not shot in widescreen?
No, it's not. No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay.
And it's fine, but I think it looks too TV. And I think that they need to give it. My biggest complaint about the show is, as beautiful as it is, I love the characters, I love the design. It looks like a TV show, and it should look like a movie. And streaming shows can do that, and the aspect ratio would go a long way to solving that problem.
Yeah, you have to give them a call and tell them that.
Yes, you really should, Robert. You should.
I know. I can't. Or maybe they'll watch our show about 16:9 or 69 as opposed to widescreen. I can't even imagine. They're like, well, we watched your show about 16. You talk about 16:9 and widescreen on a show about 16:9. We're a little. What were you saying? Well, dude, what I was saying is 69 is a great sex aspect ratio, but 16:9 sucks for your show. That's what I was trying to say.
Robert, do you happen to have any particular, or was there any particular actor that has stood out to you in the series so far?
Yeah, I love the guy that plays Moraine. How do you pronounce her name?
The guy, do you mean her water?
Yeah, I love him.
Yes.
Daniel Henney.
He is so good. I love that guy.
He is very attractive.
All
the warders are very attractive.
Yeah, like, not just because he's a warder. I really like. I mean, yeah, he's got a great ass, but he's. I just love him. He looks the part. He moves the part. You know, I really think that he's believable. You know, their relationship is believable based on not just because he's good looking. I love the way he carries himself. I really feel like when he goes into an action scene, I just believe him. I love that guy.
Yes, and his personality is attractive. Like, there are a lot of things that are attractive aside from his physical attractiveness. He's like, you feel like you're a piece of metal and he's a magnet and you're just drawn to him.
Yeah.
And great. I think that the Aes Sedai are very lucky because they get to choose these, you know, very special men to be companions, you know, depending upon the situation. But I think they're very lucky.
Yep.
Yeah. But from my perspective, I've read the series so many times. I know everything about it in the smallest detail. So
wait, no way.
So in a weird way, I actually appreciate that they have done some changes to it. Because
That's interesting.
If they had done scene by scene, I would know exactly what would happen all the time.
But
now
how do you feel about the changes? I mean, are they well done? Do you feel that they're earned? Do you like them?
I like most of them, not all of them. There are some I have some issues with, but what they have done is they have the characters are have emotional truth. They're the same characters, and I see it as two different things. I see the books as a reference material for what's to happen, and now I get to be surprised, and speculate, and I think it's almost like reading the books for the first time. But if you can separate the two, which it took a little work for me to do, but I now separated the two, so I get to experience events that didn't happen in the book because we have limited POVs in the first few books. So we just get from one or two or three people in the first book. So I really appreciate the see it from other POVs and seeing and be surprised.
I love that you say that. I mean, for you being such a fan, I like the show. I find it very intriguing. I really enjoyed it. I like the characters, but I have no personal attachment to it other than because you sent me the first book, which I liked. But the funny thing about even when I was reading the first book, I was like, I understand that. How many books are there total? 15 or something?
It's 14 plus 1. It's one prequel.
Oh, okay. So, but 15. You know what you told me. I remember. I did the tell. I kept it straight, Captain Walker. But
Everything marked, everything membered.
everything. You know what's up.
Yes.
But I just watched. I fucking love that movie. I just watched it on 4K. It's so good. The it's great to have. I love the fact that there's such a huge fan base that's now getting an IP translated. And if you like it,
I understand why some people may have issues with it if they can't really separate the two. I can see that, so I understand that. But and I kind of feel that it's unfortunate for them especially.
Well, yeah, because you can't. I mean, it's a translation. It's an adaptation. It's like, look, I would love to see slavish recreations of every book I've ever read brought to screen, but that's impossible. I mean, you just can't do that.
Jojo Fricot says widescreen fetishism is real.
Oh, no, it is. I mean, and I'll tell you, never more so than in a 69 position when it's all stretched out in front of you. It's fantastic. Anyway, what? Wait, what? What was I saying? What? What, Lorraine? What?
I just want to say also that I think the first scene was very unfortunate in the first episode because it gave a.
You mean when she's giving the whole voiceover?
No, the ones riding and chasing, that scene.
Yeah. Episode 1.
I think that was unfortunate because that set up. It was almost like the first impression, and she's a part of a fringe group, and
it was also sort of like, and again, it just gave it. What I found interesting about it was people I know used it for fodder. Like, well, here's a story where the women are hunting down the men and killing them, and I'm like, it was unfortunate that was the first impression. Yeah, I was like, I didn't see it that way. I understand why people would, but I'm like, come on, man, you can't. I've read a lot of fantasy series in my life. You can't just like make that determination about the opening scene of anything, because no one would have said anything if it was dudes on horseback killing a woman. No one would have. They're like, of course, that's what happens.
Yeah.
It was so frustrating to read that bullshit.
Yeah.
But what are you gonna do?
Well, the adaptation from book to live action, I think, was done. From what Stubble and I have discussed, the
Yeah.
first episode was, I guess, shortened, or the what they really wanted to do was to have a longer episode 1.
Yeah.
But they were unable to do that, and of course, that's going to change things. But since that episode, as far as I'm concerned, each episode has gotten better and better.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, Stubble, we only have. Is going to leave shortly.
Yeah, I can leave room for other people, so that's okay.
All right.
Just want to come in and say hi.
Well, it's always good to see you. I mean,
is good
first
to
of all,
see you,
you're a great
Phil.
man, a foundational member of this community, and by God, every time I walked in tonight, I was like, what the fuck? You're watching episode 6? God damn it! And I the first thing in my mind was like, what would Stubble McShave say if you're watching an episode without me? God damn it! Stubble would be like, Rob, I don't know why your girlfriend watches episodes without you. I don't know.
The best thing for me now, maybe not the best thing, but one good thing for me now, it's, all these years we asked questions to Robert Jordan, and he said, read and find out, and read and find out, and never get an answer. Now I get to say, watch and find out. So it's...
Yes.
God damn it, sir.
Now. Yeah.
Well, I will bid you a farewell. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
And
Same.
we will bring somebody
See you soon,
else
Stubble.
on. I don't know if anyone isn't it fun to bring on? Oh wait,
It is fun to bring in people
our
for
man
like a short
Michael-
period of time.
Michael Elliott.
Mikey Leo? Oh, Mikey Elliott.
Michael Elliott. Now hang on. Let me just hang on,
Let's
Michael.
see what new figures Michael Elliott has brought in.
Yes, but hang on. I must get Michael Elliott and do right by him. I need a moment while I just put him in the show.
Make adjustments.
Make adjustments, and but I don't think we can hear Michael Elliott, by the way.
I cannot hear him.
Oh, now yes,
Oh,
we
I
can.
just heard him.
Yes, just hold on, Michael Elliott. I'm just going to change your name and put you in the show. Elliott. I got it right. There you go. God damn it, sir. I can't believe I disrespect you in that way. Well, this time, my friend, we will not disrespect you. Look at that, Robbie the Robot. Is that 6 scale?
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, hang on. Well, yeah, that's what she said. Hang on, Michael. Wait, before
That's
you show that.
very nice.
Wait. God damn it. Wait. Keep that in your hand. All right, just hold it there. Welcome, Michael Elliott, to Midnight Metal, episode 69. Look at that. By the way, how great's that? It's the march, man. It's the march.
I heard that. Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
That's a pretty dope.
Isn't that also, dude?
That's pretty great.
That is a great figure. It looks so cool. Oh
Wow. You to the
Oh,
residents.
wow. That's right.
And even better yet, it walks.
Wow.
Oh. And it has the theme music.
Yes, it does. Wow, you knew that right away.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
God damn, that's why you're on this show, man. That's why you're on this show. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh,
The
look at this.
Iron Giant.
Wow.
Bring it a little bit more in. Bring it more
Yep,
in.
I will.
That is great. Look
There-
at that.
I've got I got Grievous on his shoulder.
I see that.
No, bring it a little bit the other way. There we go. Nope.
Oh, this way?
Yeah, there we go.
There we go. Yeah.
Now it's in the frame.
I just got a new webcam, so I'm just kind of getting it.
No, it's all
Well,
good.
Congratulations on that.
Yeah. So, and then it also, it opens these are flush chest plates. They open up, and then I can push a button and lights.
Oh,
and stuff
wow.
come on. But here's the real Jim Rob, And if this ain't metal, nothing is.
Dude, you know it's metal. Yeah, I don't have to tell you it's metal. You fucking know. Oh my God!
All night with Robert Meyer Burnett.
Oh my God! You honor me.
Dude,
By the way,
this is
Dave
my
Parker's
called
cringing right
AVN.
now that you're bringing out a Kiss action
That is
figure.
a fun
Are you
figure.
creaming? Are you creaming?
Oh, dude, I mean, I can't
much
even
fun.
tell you. I was made for loving him, baby. He was made for loving me. And I can't get enough of him, baby. Can he get enough of me?
Yeah. And his tongue's out and everything.
Yeah.
And
Now,
dude,
well,
he comes
no,
with two bases.
In all seriousness, what kind of figure is that? Who makes that?
Yeah, it's a company called AVN.
Okay.
And,
Adult Video News.
I told you I was gonna pick up, and somebody got it before I did. I told you I was gonna try and get the Ozzy Osbourne. It's the same company, and
Oh.
so I went back. Yeah, but the Ozzy Osbourne was gone. But I went back, and Gene Simmons was there. The one I was looking for was Ace Frehley, and another collector told me, he said there were Ace Frehleys there as well. I said, what do you mean there were Ace Frehleys? I didn't see any. He said, well, there was another section, and they separated the. I was like, oh my God! I picked up the Gene Simmons, not realizing that Ace Frehley was in another section. But I'll find it eventually.
You'll get it.
Yeah.
You'll find
Robert,
it.
someone is requesting that you bring out your Jimi Hendrix.
I'm not going to bring out my Jimmy. No. I can't.
Oh, okay.
Well, hang on.
I'm
Hang on.
I
Wait. I
didn't
can't. First of all, I'll tell you what. I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. Only because I have to reach over and I have a whole shelf. I'm going to take a picture right now. I'm going to take a photograph right
Okay.
now. Actually, let me make sure. Hang on. Just wipe the.
Oh, I'm getting a whole different idea how I look with this new camera. Okay. All right. That looks all
So hang on. I'm gonna zoom into the shelf
right.
and I'm gonna take a picture.
Oh, the Jimi Hendrix. Oh man.
Okay, and only because Jimmy, I mean, if you see it, you got Freddie Mercury, Vampirella, James Dean, John Lennon. I mean, there's a lot going on, and I'm going to put this up so people can see it.
Dude.
By the way, the Jimi Hendrix figure is fucking dope as fuck. It's so good.
Did you change the position of where you sit in
Yes.
the Rob's Oratory?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Okay, that's
Yes,
why.
and I've been slowly. It's whole. Normally, I used to be way different, and I used to be able to like reach over and get stuff.
Yes.
I am so different from where I used to be, and I never quite finished. I was trying to do a renovation that's been haphazard at best, and I apologize to all of you. But hang on.
Okay. I just was curious.
Oh no. Are you Curious Yellow? Have you seen that? Yes. No, I understand. Hang on. So I'm gonna put this. I have to like send it to myself, but I will so you can see it.
I am Curious Yellow. You really going old school.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, I was like, people are like, what? Thank God, Michael, that you picked up on that.
I mean, I remember the advertisement for it.
Yes.
The funny thing, you know what's funny? I think what's really funny about being an old school or old fucking man is that all of these things are part of your lexicon. Mm-hmm. And when you throw them out, nowadays people are like, wait, what? What are you talking about? And it's like if it were today, we would talk about this stuff. And
fewer and fewer people who remember it are gone. Unfortunately.
Well, yeah, but what's frustrating, what I find frustrating about all of this is that so we exist in and by the way, it's an inevitable part of aging. There's a lot of people as I get older, and there are a lot of people like, fuck you, what the fuck do you know, dude? You know, you're old. I'm like, because I'm still at 12 years old. I'm a 12-year-old inside. I mean, I still Like, I'm a 12-year-old. You show me boobies, I'm like, oh my God. You know, it never ceases to amaze. Neither do great action figures. So it's kind of funny when, you know, you talk about movies like I Am Curious Yellow or other sexually charged fantasy films. Right. And while now it's like, you know, I'm an old man, I've been married, I've done whatever you want to do, but still. I think about I Am Curious Yellow. I'm like, I still have that on DVD. And I remember the first time I saw it back in the 80s. And people are like, what the fuck are we? Even right now, people are like, what are you talking about? All right, go to Wikipedia and look up this. Look up I Am Curious Yellow. Just look that up. People are going to be like, well, that doesn't seem very cool. Well, okay. Well, I get it.
You know, yeah. Or Jonathan Livingston Seagull.
Yes.
Wow. Or how about this? Are you there, God? It's me, Margaret.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, where's
what was it? Alice's Restaurant.
There. That's
find
another.
Anything you want.
Yeah. What an era that was.
Yes.
I know.
Wonderful movies. Oh.
They were wonderful. And we still watch some of these films. My mother sees a lot of this stuff still on Turner Classics. And, you know, things will come on and she'll say, oh, yes, I've seen that already. You know, do you want to watch it? Yeah, I'll watch it again. You know.
Yep.
So she enjoys those selections. And I don't know what the viewership is on Turner Classics, but I watch a lot of it myself. So.
Oh, it's great. It's great. It's great.
Yeah. But you can also see black and whites now just about everywhere now. Oh, one that I will be watching. I might make it my Saturday night movie. I am going to watch the 1939 version of a midnight. Oh my goodness, a Midsummer Night's Dream. Sorry about that.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm really upset why I do not have my Jimi Hendrix photo of my action figure shelf. Why it should have been instantaneous and it apparently is not. And I don't know why. Maybe because I didn't edit it enough, but by the way, it's going to get there because I know we don't have you for very much longer. You said you have to. I mean, in your time.
You know, I think 7:00 might be the cutoff point.
As well, it should be. And by the way, it's not quite there yet, though.
We're not there. We still have a good 25 minutes, which is plenty of time to talk about what's been going on. Michael, are you excited for the new Spider-Man film coming out?
I am so excited because I'm just a huge Doctor Strange fan. Huge. And I am so glad that one of my favorites out of Marvel, you know, is really getting his due respect. You know, I couldn't be more excited. You know, I'm more excited to see him than you know, anything else. But of course, Tobey Maguire too. Oh my God, I can't.
Yeah, I mean, but theoretically, we don't know that Tobey Maguire's in the movie yet, do we?
Yeah, and you have the inside scoop, don't you?
You know what? I don't know. People I knew did some things I wouldn't have done, but look, I think you can't. It's so weird to bring back Doc Ock and Sandman, and it's a bizarre.
And Willem Dafoe. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Michael, do you have any Doctor Strange? Like, do you have figures from that? From those? I recall you saying that you did have some, didn't you?
Well, I have one in a diorama right now.
Yes.
And well, and it's really one of these days I'll get around to being able to show you guys some of my stuff too. But yeah, I do definitely have them in a diorama. But before I go, because I know you want to have others on, can we take a really quick trip down memory lane?
Fuck yeah, dude.
All right.
We're no rush.
So, as a young lad, I collected comics and everything, and
Yes.
bought models and put them together and stuff. And I sold my entire comic collection over the years, but for whatever reason, when I was really young, I got some memorabilia, and for whatever reason, I carried it all the way through my life. And one of the things that I held on to, this is the program for a Star Trek convention.
Wow.
Okay.
And what is that fine venue?
This is
Wow.
Coble Hall, which was changed. They changed the name. It was a TFC Center for a couple of years, and then they just changed the name again. But this was one of the Detroit was one of the first places to host conventions. And,
Yeah, as well you should have been.
and this is the original program.
Wow. Look at that.
Now, what year is that?
This is 1972, I believe. Yeah.
Wow, so
Oh, look at
that was the same year of Star Trek conventions even starting. Wow.
This is
Wow.
I'm sorry. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. This was 73. Take that back, because the first one was 72 in New York, but we followed closely behind. But Sulu
I'm
was
guessing
there.
it's at the
Walter
Hotel
Koenig.
Penn.
Yeah, Koenig and Sulu were there. Scotty was there. It was so awesome.
Wow.
By the way, I
Yeah,
just
yeah.
tweeted this figure picture I took with Jimi Hendrix in it. It's on my Twitter
awesome.
feed. But
thank you, Robert.
I am going to put it in because you guys have to see it. Just
Charlie Unicorn says, judging by the mutton chops, got to be in the early mid 1970s.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. And this one was a program that I kept from. We had something called the Detroit Triple Fanfare, which was a conglomerate of everything pop culture, including Star Trek. And this was from 1974.
wow.
Ooh, look at that.
Only 2 years in.
Yes, and it's got great pictures of the old Eerie comics, Vampirella, and all of those great ones.
Creepy, all
And
that
then check
stuff.
out this inside. It's so rudimentary. This is back when the convention people, they just did stuff and they used Xerox copy
It's all
machines,
homemade.
Yep.
cut and paste.
Oh, yeah. It's all anybody can do.
And then, of course, this is where I met Stan Lee, Carmine Infantino.
Wow.
Amazing. And Jim Warren.
Yep,
I mean,
yep,
come on. Warren Magazines.
It was absolutely amazing. So
Yeah, that's fun to see.
yeah,
That's really cool to see that. Thank you
Yeah.
for sharing that, Michael.
You're very welcome. Nothing like the old days, the glory days.
Oh,
Well, we've got for another 20 minutes.
All right. Well, listen. Let me get out of here and let somebody else get on.
All right, Michael. I'm gonna.
Michael's a
People ask
pleasure
to
as
see.
always.
Thank you. Always a great time to see him. By the way, the dulcet tones of your voice never cease to make me feel better.
Yes. And Charlie the Unicorn says non-commercial Comic Con.
Oh yeah.
Just pure
my God.
Comic Con.
I want your glasses.
Oh, by the way, I did see Tango Shalom,
Oh,
and I have a big crush on Judy Beecher.
oh my God! Really?
I thought
I could hook you up.
out of everybody in that film, I really gravitated to. She was so good.
She was. You know what? She's really good in the film.
She was really good.
Really good.
I mean, every scene that she was in, and I'll be honest with you, no offense, I find her sexy.
Ooh.
No, she,
Just me.
dude.
That's
She's.
just me.
By the way, if you look up her in real life, she's astonishingly sexy. I mean, she's smoking hot. She's funny, and she's. I thought she's a great actress too. I'm a big fan of hers. So,
And you know what I thought was very poignant?
by the way, thanks for watching it. By the way,
Oh, yeah, absolutely enjoyed it. The ending was so apropos to have, okay, so the movie is about that balloon, but then, he's passed away. You didn't plan the ending of the movie to launch the balloons into
No.
the sky, did you?
no.
You could not have written that better. I mean, it was poetic, but That was great.
That was
I don't know if anybody
actually
noticed that.
That was shot during the actual principal photography of the film, and
It really worked so well as a tribute to him.
yeah,
Unbeknownst to you at the time.
no, and that footage existed, and Joe, he gave us notes on the film, and we had that footage, and I was like, we should use it somehow, and how can we do that? And I told Gabe, I said, we can put the. It was it was a nightmare. I had to type all the end credits over that footage. It took days, but it was worthwhile. I mean, I'm glad to hear you say you liked. I mean, what's funny about when you make a movie like this? What's funny is this movie is being judged next to Apocalypse Now, next to Lawrence of Arabia. You sit down and you watch a movie. Nobody is thinking to themselves, well, Rob, Lawrence of Arabia was done on this incredible budget. No, it's based on time. If you have 2 hours to watch a movie and you watch a film, the only answer can be is, were you entertained? It doesn't matter how, and now in our democratized world, it doesn't matter how much a movie cost or how long it took to make or whatever the response was behind it. All that matters is, how do people watch it? Do they like it or not? That's it. And a movie can cost $200 million or $200,000. It's still your same 2 hours. And one of the funny things about the reception of Tango Shalom, I'm like, this movie, we Frankensteined it together. And I'm really proud of what we did. And it's so funny because I live in a world where people are like, well, Rob, it's just a little tiny movie that costs less than $1 million. I'm like, yeah. And are you going to tell me that the horrible years I spent on this movie are not part of the story? I mean, movies aren't just movies, but we live in a world where the executives that are actually in charge of making movies think movies are just movies. They don't quite get that if you're going to devote 2 years of your life to make a film, you better believe in it. And these executives think of them as like, well, we have to make this, and it's going to take this much time. It's a spreadsheet. But nobody who makes movies they're not people like, whatever. They love movies. So, anyway, therein lies my rant.
And justified in some respects, of course.
Well, Michael, I want to thank you for watching Tango Shalom. We're going to let you go, but we're going to bring on, for the time being, other people. Who knows what will happen? But thank you for being here, sir.
Thanks again, Rob. I really appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir.
Good to see you again, too.
Take care, Michael.
Michael,
Bye. We
bid you adieu.
Mm-hmm.
So, the real question is, Darren Darren Seeley's here.
Yes, Darren.
I have to put him. Darren, we cannot see you or hear you. Oh, there we go. All right, we can
Hi,
see
Darren.
you. Okay, hang on. As I do this, I'm going to put in the picture. So someone asked to see the Jimi Hendrix action figure. Here is a shelf that's right to the left of me. An action figure shelf that of pop culture icons. You can see Michael Corleone sitting down. You can see Charlie Chaplin. You can see Vampirella. You can see Morgan Freeman in the Dark Knight saga. You can see Rick Deckard. You can see one of the characters, Kakahara from Ichi the Killer. John Lennon. So there you go. Anyway, well, yeah, it's on. So anyway, let me put you in the show. Just give me a moment, and I will, in fact, put you in, Coach. Anything you care to add as I'm putting in Mr. Seeley? Agreed. And that's all I'm doing right now is putting him into the show. And once he is there, I will... I'm just trying to talk. I'm trying to ramble on as my action figure picture is just up on the screen. Which, by the way, to be honest, it's pretty fucking dope. Just saying. I know, right? I'm like, I love action figures. Love them. Okay, Darren, let me just change your name. Hang on. No, they can't hear. It's fine. It's fine. They're just looking. It's funny. I'm just talking. They're like, what the hell's going on? Wait, hang on. Let me make sure it's spelled correctly. Wait. Oh, God damn it. I know. Just hang on. I know. Hey, God damn it, Darren. I think we got you now. So, for those of you, there we go. Enough of this picture. Darren J. Seeley, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Rob.
So, let me ask you this. What are your feelings about 69 as a position?
No comment.
Come on, man. You got to have something.
No comment.
Wow, it's not like it's a state secret.
I know that, but maybe some secrets are left to be secrets.
Okay, how about this? Is it something that...
How about just
bite you in the ass?
some of his favorite films that might have had that in it? Because you can talk about a film. It's harder to talk about an actual experience in your life, but it's easy to talk about a film that might have it.
Well, hang on. No one is...
Let's bring 69. Let's talk it.
Hang on, man. If you talk about films, talk about Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure.
Why would I talk about that?
Well, because that's what you talk about. If I'm thinking about a number, dude, what number would I be thinking about? 69, dude. Ah! Anyway, so beyond that, let's move beyond that. Let me ask you this.
I was born in 1969, so there's that.
Wow. How recursive. There's some craziness. So let me ask you about Spider-Man. We talked about Tom Holland.
Yeah.
Are you excited about Spider-Man No Way Home?
Yes, I am.
Have you bought tickets yet?
No, I haven't. Usually I like to go. No, I haven't. They were sold out when I went to get them. So I'm rather casual about it. I'm not going to see it opening day or anything like that because of certain schedules I have. I'll probably see it.
Can I just say that my illusions about you are shattered? I'm not going to see it.
It's been selling out, right? I mean,
yeah.
I know. I'm just giving you a hard time. I'm just saying. I know. I know. My God, I'm just very excited. I just don't know what to say. I know not everyone is like me. It's okay. It's fine.
No, it's just it's been hard to get tickets for it because it's such a pop. It might be the highest grossing film of the year. I mean, it's towards the end.
Oh no, I think it will over under. It will absolutely be, but it has to make like $800 million in less than 2 weeks.
Yes, and
I think I can
also the fact that it's being released now, it's towards the end of the year, so it may not be the highest grossing film of the year, but it might be one of the highest grossing films.
But I think it will be. I think over the Christmas holiday, I think as long as it's great. I mean, we just assume now that these movies are great. If it's great, I hope it. I want it to be successful.
I think it will be.
Yeah, I hope so.
I approach it like any other movie. I hear a certain hype about it or something. I always go in kind of a moderate type because I don't want to overhype myself into being disappointed, and I don't want to think it's so bad that I might change my mind before I step foot in the theater.
No, and that's absolutely acceptable.
Every film it's due and judge it based on its own merits.
Darren, what are you most looking forward to in this new Spider-Man film?
Just a good story, really. I don't really
I
care
love that.
about who's showing up or where. It's cool, don't get me wrong. And I'm not the biggest Andrew Garfield Spider-Man fan, but if he shows up, he shows up, and I'm cool with it. Here's the thing.
Here's the thing. Do you think he will?
As a
Do you think
possibility.
that Andrew and Tobey Maguire will show up in this movie?
I think it's a possibility. But that said, I'm not 100% convinced they are going to be the Spider-Men we knew them as.
Of course.
One of them could actually playing Spider-Punk. You know? And so maybe that's one of the things they were saying. Maybe it's the way they looked.
Why do you think
Like the Scarlet Spider.
Why do you think they've played so coy and close to the vest? And by the way, I think that what they've done is great. But I mean, honestly, I would have thought if you had Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield coming in from Sony to play Spider-Man, I would have thought you'd be like throwing a second Rose Parade and having those blokes come down the street.
True, but I got a theory on that.
Mm.
I think they downplay it a little bit, even though I kind of know they're most likely in there. They downplay it because I believe it might take away the spotlight away from Tom Holland a little bit too.
Oh.
Well, I think that's true, but I mean,
and for all I know, they could show up for maybe 5 seconds.
yeah. I just find it so weird that they're keeping this close to the vest.
Yeah.
Now,
well, I'm going to have a disagreement with you
on
Cowboy Bebop.
Okay.
And
Cowboy
of course,
Bebop.
Real Time was also being talked about earlier. And there's something that you guys were talking about, Real Time, that I thought that was very interesting because you said fans of Real Time have been looking forward to this for a long time, and now they finally get it. Well, I think fans of Cowboy Bebop have been looking forward to the live action Cowboy Bebop, and then they got it. But you can't please everybody. There's going to be a certain amount of fans who are so strict on the changes and what should be remaining the same. And I think that was a big problem with Cowboy Bebop, one of the problems, because it's an adaptation. There has to be changes. And in a live action format, they also have to develop characters a bit more. I think part of the problem was when you hear the characters speak in the live action, they sound a little bit more anime cartoony than they would normally. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that necessarily a bad thing. I mean, if they really wanted to go that direction, they could have went like a Fifth Element direction in terms of pacing and dialogue. I think that would have worked. Or maybe they could have taken a few pages out of Doctor Who. But to me, I don't think it's the costumes that put people off at all. I mean, you can only have Faye Valentine in a skimpy outfit for so long. But to me, I felt that there were some hits and misses with Cowboy Bebop, but I think because
Cowboy Bebop.
I think because it's a binge thing, people couldn't talk about week after week. Like I believe Wheel of Time is weekly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So people have time to view the episodes and have it sink in, and they could talk about it week after week after week, as it's just one or two nights of binge worthy, and then you forget about it a week. I think there was some early hype for Cowboy Bebop, and I was excited to see it. There's many things I liked. Many changes I really liked. There's one particular episode. I believe the episode of anime was called Monkey Business or something like that, where there's an eco group of terrorists who were changing people into monkeys.
And why wouldn't you? Because, monkeys are funny and they fling their shit.
Yeah, but in the live action version, the leader of the eco group is played by Adrian Barbadell. And instead of monkeys, they changed people into trees, which I thought was hilarious and even more effective.
Well, Darren, Listen, I got for 4 more minutes, sir.
Okay.
I want to thank you for all the work you do for us. Thank you so much.
Yes, Darren. Thank you. It's so
Good to
it's so
see
nice
you.
to talk to you and actually
Before
even
we
see
go,
you.
I want to give a good shout out to the people at Geek Bomb. They had a live stream last night, raising money for Los Angeles Children's Hospital.
Nice.
Wow.
Very good.
A goal, and Pizza Hut doubled the goal. So.
Oh wow.
Fantastic,
yeah,
man.
I had another charity as well, but it's fun watching them last night, and so I want to give a little shout out to them.
Well, Darren, it's fantastic. Thank you for being a part of that, sir.
And
Darren
there's
is-
even like 3 Darrens, and people getting us all confused.
No, you're Darren J. Seeley, moderator,
Right.
awesome member of the Post-Geek Singularity, sir. There's
And it is so good to
There's
see
one
you,
Darren
Darren.
people. What?
there's
a
only
good third
one
class
of
donation.
you.
Yeah.
All right, sir. Well, we will thank you for being here. And
Yes.
I think we'll have like one more guest or something, right? So
Right?
take care. I know we're gonna rotate people. It's funny. They just popped in amazingly. The Richard's here.
It is almost 7 a.m.
So the Richard wants to come on. I'm gonna put him in. We're gonna see the Richard. Wait, come on, dude. Where, what? The Richard's Hope audio. I don't see him. Richard, come on. I've got 2 minutes with Well,
It was a great show, Robert.
it was great. Hang on, let's see. Maybe someone else. One more quick note. Who knows who's gonna come in? Maybe no one. Shogun Orta. Oh, come on, dude. Come on now. This is the way to end the show.
Hey, Mikey Lito.
Oh, hang on. Hold on, kids. Don't say anything. Just give
I
me a
said
minute.
it out loud.
Just hang on. Wait, Mikey. Stop. Let me put you in the show. It takes me a minute. Just give me a moment. My God, you people.
How are you, Mikey?
What? God damn it. Hang on. Wait. I can only go so fast.
It's okay.
Hey, come on, dude.
Oh,
I got that. I got it's Hang on. Just don't make fun of me. Oh my God. Hang on. It's gonna be. God damn it. What do you mean I didn't do a great service last night? What are you talking about? I don't do you a great service. You're a friend of mine. That's all I care about. You know what? By the way, can I just say this? Mikey Lito is one cool motherfucker. Can I just say that? You're living in New York. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this will be the last guest of the night. Please welcome Mikey Lito. God damn it. How are you, sir? And by the way, look, I don't know if I totally agree with your West Side Story review, but I tweeted it out. It's out there. It's in the world.
And that was the service, because I've had about 37 reads since you put that out there, and it's from all over the planet.
Don't you love that? It's great, right? Now I'm like, only 37? What kind of lame dude am I? Apparently my reach is...
the UK, Italy, Norway, New Zealand,
Wow.
Poland, Australia, Hungary.
Wow.
I love it.
That's pretty great. That's pretty. By the way, beautifully written, by the way.
Thank you.
You are a wordsmith, sir.
Read the Tick Tick Boom one. I actually like that one better.
I have not read that. I didn't to be honest, I didn't know you were doing that. You probably told me. I didn't look at them, but I looked at the West Side Story review. I'm like, okay, yeah, all right.
Well,
and retweet it.
Between Jonathan Larson, Lin-Manuel Miranda, RM, they kind of motivated me to get moving again.
Good.
So
Well, your prose is great, but I think, you have a great personality. Why not use those as scripts and make YouTube videos about them?
that's my plan for 2022. By the way, is that wine you're drinking?
Yes.
Okay, so
It's a Pinot Noir, by the way.
this is for Tom because I figure he doesn't want to troll you while he's being a moderator. So I'll do it. When is whining about movies going to start again? Is that like 2022?
No. Okay. So look, we want to do this more than anything. The only reason it hasn't started is that, Elizabeth's been doing. I look. Here's the thing. We are at the verge of the 4th season of this whole channel, and I think I loved doing whining about movies with Elizabeth, only because it was fun to watch movies with her, like show her things she hadn't seen. And so yes, we're going to start that up soon, probably in the next 2 weeks. I would, before the end of the year, because I can't believe I look at this like this is the end of the 3rd year. The only reason this microphone, Elizabeth bought this for me Christmas of 2018, and she's like, "It's time you start a YouTube channel." I'm like, "Is it? Like, is it really? Like, I don't know." And so now it's 3 years later, and I'm like, Connie Sang has sent me she sent me an XLR mixing board, and which would make this show sound much better. And what I want to do is Elizabeth needs her own microphone. Like, you can't, and at the same time, I have to dismantle the observatory because we have to move. I know we found our dream house. Like, there's this dream, like if you could pick a house that would be the most perfect house for us, and now it's like in Southern California, it's like, how do you make this happen? How do you how could we ever possibly conjure up the down payment? I'm like, well, I could sell all my hot toys.
Wow.
But then what would be the fun of having the ultimate house if I couldn't have a display case with all my hot toys in it? No.
Yeah, you definitely want.
Yeah, which here's the thing. It's such a weird... We live in one of the worst real estate markets. But this house is amazing. It's like this weird storybook house. It's so perfect. And what would be great is we'd have like 2 guest rooms where I would just open it up and like, "Hello, imagination connoisseurs. If you want to come to Southern California, we have a bed for you."
It's lined up at the door.
No, you'd have to. It would be fun. I mean, but what's funny is it's what we got approved for the loan to buy the house. It's the down payment that's the problem.
Wow.
And it's such a funny, weird. Well, we live in a weird time. So, Mikey, let me ask you, give the folks at home the brief. Just give us a little bit. What did you think of West Side Story?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I as an overall film, I actually enjoyed the film. As I mentioned in my review, I watched the 1961 film. I had to watch it twice.
Had you seen it before?
I hadn't really. I
wow. Okay.
I purchased the 1961 film maybe a couple of weeks ago, and I started watching it, and I've discussed this a little bit with both of you, but I really found it a little silly. And I know that this is my prejudice because it's a dance musical.
Well, yeah.
And the 1961 film is so stylized that I just found myself laughing all the way through it. I wouldn't even review it I wouldn't even review it because I really found it anachronistic.
But
So I just used it as a reference.
but it.
I know this is a problem for you. Believe me.
No, I mean, hang on. It did win Best Picture.
I know
You
that.
know, and I okay. Now, here's the thing.
This is me being the contrarian. See?
No, but you don't understand. I love that you are. And me, Viceroy of Verisimilitude. The original West Side Story does not have verisimilitude.
No, not at all.
No, and no, it doesn't. And it takes place in fantasy world, movie world, crazy world. However, I mean, I've always loved it because it is a phantasmagoria. It's not real. But by the way, it doesn't pretend that it is.
Right.
Yeah, I couldn't deal with it. I mean, the second time I sat down and forced myself to watch it, which I was glad that I did.
I'm dying. You're killing me. Forced yourself to watch.
Oh yeah, I forced myself to watch it.
Oh man, could be. Come on, do not think. Well,
hey,
perhaps
if people can get through the first 15 minutes without laughing their ass off, then you definitely should watch it.
Oh
man, the opening scene just killed me. Now, the Spielberg film. I love the opening of that film, even though it kind of alluded to the opening of the '61 film. But the way
how could it not? I mean,
the way that he because most of the film really doesn't. Most of the film is really like a new production of the film, just using the '61 film as a reference.
Right? Sure.
I never saw the show as a play, but the way he sets up the opening scene, knowing that it was a dance musical going in and what have you, I could get past the choreography of the opening scene. It wasn't as stylized as the '61 film, and the way that he did it, it has immediate impact to show you the tension between the two groups of people. I also thought that the way that he and Tony Kushner framed the film was excellent from my point of view.
That's good. Okay.
Because it made the plot grounded.
Right.
It gave you some reason for why the film progressed the way that it did.
So well, I'm going to see it tomorrow.
Yeah, and then we'll talk about it afterwards, because I think I really enjoyed it. It's not as good as Tick Tick Boom.
No, well, I mean, one of the things I would say this. One of the things I love about this entire community is meeting someone like yourself in particular, because I don't know a lot of people that I can talk to about musicals or performance-based media. And it's great, like you and I bonded. Look, Tick Tick Boom is my favorite movie of the year right now, bar none. Like, it's not even a close second.
Well, you know how much I love In the Heights, and
yes,
have to admit that Tick Tick Boom is a better movie than In the Heights. Not much better.
No, but I mean, to me, one of my favorite films of all time is All That Jazz. Top 10 films of all time, and I see Tick Tick Boom as a cousin of that movie, and if I have to be buried, if I was buried in a tomb with an electronic display, and they said, well, you can watch Rob Burnett's favorite 10 movies, I think Tick Tick Boom and All That Jazz, I'd put them as one to try and sneak other movies in. But I'd be like, these two are probably number 3 on my list of all-time great films.
Well,
Tick Tick Boom is amazing.
I gave it a 9, and I'm seriously considering upgrading it to a 10.
Wow.
I have to say though, it has had a surprisingly silent profile in this awards ceremonies place.
I was looking last night at some of the awards things that have happened already, and I'm really surprised. And I will tell anybody that's still watching right now, you're so worried about Andrew Garfield appearing in this web slinging movie, you're missing out on seeing one of the performances of his career in this movie.
Oh my God, or anyone's career. I mean, the acting in this, even oh my God, and I have to say, Lin-Manuel Miranda, the direction, the way this movie looks and how he uses. I mean, you know what I love to see. Look, man, there is nothing better than to see talented professionals making great entertainment because it's so hard to do. And to see what Lin-Manuel, and it's so funny because oh well, of course, Hamilton and In the Heights and everything. I'm like, no, man, it's so hard, and what's great is Tick Tick Boom is actually, people forget, it's an adaptation of an actual show.
Right. Yes.
And Lin-Manuel Miranda said, no, I'm going to take the show, the adaptation of the show, and turn it into a phantasmagorical biopic the way Bob Fosse did with All That Jazz. That's why I say it belongs on a perpetual double bill forever with All That Jazz.
And
now, Robert,
I know. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Robert, we have 2 more super chats that came in.
Oh, well, let's see. Shogun Orta says, one thing Cowboy Bebop was missing was the philosophy. No Jet talking about hands washing hands, or Spike talking about the nature of fighting is like water. Well, okay, you know what, Shogun, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think that I've been if there is a single, I talk about being the viceroy of verisimilitude, if there's a single raison d'etre of this channel, it is about the preservation of great storytelling. Mm-hmm. And the fact is, corporations, by their very definition, cannot tell stories. They will never be able to tell good stories. In fact, the spreadsheets that the corporations use to acquire new corporations or whatever are literally like 180 degrees around the corner from where real storytellers should be. And the problem is, the corporations, the irony is, they would love to have great storytellers. They would love to have the next Hemingway on their payroll. They just don't know how to do it. And they don't even know that they need to do it. Which is kind of a bummer. Anyway. So kids, ladies and gentlemen, boys
There's
and
one more,
girls.
Robert. There's one more. Alexander Wilson.
Oh, our man, Alexander. By the way, I love this guy. By the way, Alexander, thank you, by the way, for supporting the channel. You're a great dude. You've been here since the beginning, and every time on our membership calls, I love seeing you. Just saying. So Alexander says, West Side Story was the first live-action theater play I ever saw. I saw it in a theater in Baltimore. It will always have a place in my heart. You know why, Alexander? Because you still are stay cool, boy. You've got a rocket in your pocket.
By the way, how good is your Spanish?
Mi poco? I don't know. I know. I don't get. Spielberg was like, we're not going to subtitle this movie. It's kind of weird, isn't it?
It was a little strange, but once I realized that it was happening, I kind of like clicked into the Spanish study that I've been doing. So I got some of it. I didn't get all of it.
I think it's kind of cool though. They did it. Kind of cool.
Yeah. So folks, if you don't understand Spanish, you might want to look for an open caption
I know. Wow.
presentation.
Mm-hmm.
One more thing. I want to thank RM for all of her support. And I want you to know that I call your mom M.
Wait, what? M?
Well, I know what her mother's name is, and I call her
So he's not saying her full name.
Yeah, you mean M is also her M's mom is M. I love this.
Yes.
Oh man,
That's right.
You know what? That's all we need to know. M and
the next time
M.
the next time we get together for the region of rant, I
Yes.
have a rant for you about Star Trek Discovery.
Excellent.
I was going to do it this morning, but I don't want to keep.
Oh wait, can I? Please. Okay, wait. We have to keep the streams separate. But my God, Mikey, if you have a Star Trek Discovery rant, I will introduce you. I will turn the floor over to you. I cannot wait. Why don't we do it tomorrow? I mean today, later. What do you say?
We can do it whenever you want. It's going to be short, but it's the way. Well, I'll do it real quick.
No, do it now. No. Can't do it now.
Tomorrow.
All right,
It is
I'll do
tomorrow, but I want it on this show because I'll introduce it. It's got to be a thing.
Yes.
Okay.
All right then. Tomorrow, like it's only 4:18 in the morning.
Yeah, but I'm like stubble. I've been up for like 36 hours.
Okay, so go to bed. Go to bed. We'll do the show at 3:30 Pacific
No,
time.
I got to go to Stu Leonard's and buy dairy. My brother's going out of town. I got to take care of all kinds of nonsense.
Come on, dude. We got time. All right, we'll let it go. Why don't we bring an end to Midnight Metal episode 69? Mikey, let me ask you this, since we haven't asked you. I mean, the idea of 69 as a number, as a thing, how do you feel about it? Good, bad, indifferent?
I was talking about this in the chat. First
Yes,
of all,
you were.
first of all, the eyes are the gateway to the soul.
Mm-hmm.
That is
So
true.
It doesn't start with the kiss. It starts with eye contact.
Okay, you're right. You're right. I can't give it. I give it up. Yes, sir.
And the next thing is touch, not heavy-handed touch, but light touch.
No, you're right.
Just over the skin.
It's true.
So that you feel the electricity going through the hands.
You're not wrong.
Through the skin.
I'm getting chills right now. I'm like, oh my God.
And then kissing and 69ing and everything. I'm down for all that. So
Yeah, but you can't just jump into it though. It's got to be a finesse game. You got to play the finesse game.
I think what I just described, I'm not jumping into it.
That's true.
I think that it's a very thoughtful and easy process that Mikey Lito has described. And anybody who has a question or wanted to know a good example of what to do, I think Mikey Lito provided a very good example in his.
I got one good reaction in chat.
Well, I hope so. I mean,
anybody else?
For me, at the end of the day, is I just think your job is to make your partner. I subscribe to the campground philosophy. Just make the campground better than when you found it.
That's right.
Make it good. Make it better. Like if you can make your partner more excited, or if at the end of the day, I think bringing pleasure to another individual, however that may be done, is kind of a sacrament, as long as it's not transgressing on anyone else's rights.
If you give your partner pleasure, you will get pleasure in return.
That's it. And isn't that the best thing at the end of the day? I mean, it's not quite like getting a hot toy. I mean, come on. I mean, someone touches you, great.
No, it's not like getting hot dog. You're exactly right.
Just saying, you kids, I love you both. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank all of you. I want to thank all of the people that support this channel via super chats and tips or members or whatever. Remember, we're going to have our last membership call next week, which they're so much fun. And I have to say, there are so many people who support this channel through memberships, and you don't come to the calls. I would love to see you.
And
I really would.
Because we do have quite a bit of fun.
We do. It's so much fun. The last one we did was almost 4 hours long. I promise you, it might be the longest ever. But it means so much to me that people support the channel through memberships or whatever. It keeps everything going. And I would love to see you all because we have a really good community. It's really good. And when we go on to the membership calls, and it's so much fun just talking and hanging out and chatting with everyone, and it's really cool. And you guys are supporting the channel, and it's a thing. It's I'm telling you, it's a party. You'll have fun, and bring alcohol. It's good. I mean, I will never not talk to you because you're not drinking. In a way, and by the way, I do not encourage drinking. I don't. I encourage cocaine use and ecstasy, but you can't get good cocaine and ecstasy, so don't do that. Because if it's not good, whatever. But a good California Pinot Noir. It's pretty good. So that said, Mikey Lito, we've got, well, you've seen West Side Story. We've got The Matrix Resurrections. We got Spider-Man No Way Home coming out. On our bidding us farewell, what would you tell the folks at home? Starting with you, Mikey.
Well,
what are you looking for?
I'm going into social media lockdown Thursday morning, and I will not be on social media until Friday afternoon. And other than that, just remember, every person you meet has a story to tell that you have yet to hear. And all you have to do is listen.
God. Yes, sir. Thank you for that. And
You're welcome.
What do you think?
Yes, I agree with everything that Mike Alito just said. Of course, our PGS members and our philosophy here at the Burnettwork. And I just wanted to add to that also to be kind.
You know what? That's it. That's the end of the day. That's all we can do. I want to thank my very esteemed guests, everyone who's been on the show. I mean, my God, it's so much fun to see you all putting faces and names together. Amazing. Thank you so much. This is the end of Midnight Metal, episode 69. Dude.
And now everybody go to bed.
Yeah, we're all going to bed. And just remember, no, I'm not, can't even, forget all that. You know what?
Let's say goodbye.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you all. I want to thank the great moderators Tom Jr.
Yes.
Jackson, thank you for being here and doing everything
Darren
you do.
Seeley,
And Darren Seeley for being, and Tom, thank you. And everybody, the Richard even, thank you all for being here. Thanks everybody for supporting the channel via tips and super chats. Thank all of you for being members, and also I want to thank my letter writers. You guys, man, the letters you write to this channel are amazing. I can't wait to get more. Thank you for spending so much time of yourselves. And on a personal note, Lynn Hobday, you know what? I don't know how you found the channel, but my God, I love the fact that you come here and you're supportive. You're in Japan, and one day I'm going to come to Japan, and I'm going to make you take me to places that have die-cast Japanese robots, and I don't care how long it takes, and you're going to be bored to tears, but you're going to do it. You're going to take me, because I'm going to make you, because you're awesome, and then I want to see a show. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, please thank Well, Mikey Lito, and of course, the impeccable, unimpeachable, delightful. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, boys and
feel
girls.
better.
And Mikey already said it, so you already know every person you
Thank you
meet.
so much.
Thank you all for being here. And on that note, all of you have a better life, a better dream, a better something. I don't know. I mean, what can I say? And this is the end of Midnight Metal, episode 69. All right, we are out, kids.